1600 Lamar Street, Houston, Texas, 77010. The teleconference location shall be accessible to the public for open session portion of the meeting pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953. Can we please start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Please rise. Hats off. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Sabathia. And Mayor Jordan.
Here. First item on the agenda is a closed session. And we are going to receive public comment on Zoom and in chambers before we head into closed session. How many folks here are talking for the closed session? That's about anticipated litigation.
Mayor, if I might, I do need to make a short announcement regarding the closed session, which might engender some public comment.
Okay.
This closed session is in anticipation of litigation, and it concerns a matter of an allegation that the city council violated the Brown Act, which is a violation of state law, in its adoption of resolution 2023-21 on March 21st, which directed the removal of all parklets. Because this was brought to our attention, we received 16, I believe, separate emails, essentially the same, which I believe the deputy city clerk will address in a few minutes. But because the facts and circumstances of this closed session are known to the potential plaintiffs, I am required to make this announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having said that, do we have any public comment? Yes. Several times, perhaps. Okay, is there anybody on Zoom? Okay. Those of you who are on Zoom, we are going to recess. And we'll come back. Attorney Rathie will take us out of closed session, and please sit by.
Before we adjourn to closed session, we should read into the record, and the deputy city clerk is prepared to do that, the comment that we received on this closed session prior to this evening.
Thank you very much. Can you please read the comment?
So we received a form letter. I'm going to read the letter, and then I'm going to read the names of the residents that sent the letter.
Thank you.
And then it states, and I'm going to start the timer for 3 minutes. The council failed to agendize and notify the public of the resolution to remove our parklets at the March 21st, 2023 council meeting. The agenda for the meeting indicated that the council would resolve to remove certain parklets, agenda item 7A. The resolution in the agenda packet indicated that the parklets used for retail purposes would be terminated, but expressively retained, indicated that parklets used for retail purposes would be terminated, but expressively retain existing parklets for eating establishments and bars. The resolution the council ultimately voted on departed from the agenda and directly contradicted the published resolution language. Not only did the unpublished resolution language and subsequent vote on a non-agendized resolution violate the intention of the Brown Act, it hurts the profitability and practice of the 3rd Street businesses that continue to rely on their parklets, and undermines the relationship between the council and local business community. Had owners of eating establishments and bars known their parklets would be terminated, they would have advocated for themselves at the meeting like the owners of retail parklets had and could have provided input for balanced decision by the council. Sadly, this damaging action was entirely unnecessary. In light of debate at the meeting, the council would have tabled the action to revise the resolution language and provide proper public notification. To undo some of the impact from this action, I implore the council to undertake a transparent analysis of parklets pros and cons that indicate thoughtful discussion with those affected. If not the broader community, I further request that the council cure or correct the Brown violation by using the recommended analysis to revise the parklet resolution language and properly publish and agendize it before taking action in an open meeting. And then it's Steve Eo, Megan Dueñas, Ellie Dueñas, Sean Fitzharris, Fran Fitzharris, Leanne Brothers, Monica Ramirez, Debbie Hernandez, Vicky Shakwa, Zoe Diggory, Gabriela Madrigal, Marissa Castañeda, Lori Wilson, Austin Lowe or Io, Rhonda Io.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to adjourn to closed session now. Hi, AJ. We are retiring to closed session and we'll call you.
Okay.
Thank you. Wise decisions concerning water issues and water use. And whereas the fact that California will experience periodic droughts and water conservation is critical not only to drought periods, but at all times. And whereas during May 2023, the city of San Juan Bautista is inviting everyone to find out ways to save water both at work and at home. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Leslie Jordan, on behalf of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, hereby proclaim May 2023 as Water Awareness Month and urge all residents, businesses, industries, institutions, and public agencies to review their water use and water systems for water use efficiency and to contact the Water Resources Association of San Benito County for water saving ideas and assistance.
There we got a green light. Okay. Yeah, I'm with the Water Resources Association of San Benito County. And we represent the city of San Juan Bautista, San Benito County Water District, city of Hollister and Sunnyslope County Water District for all their water conservation and water resource protection programs. And the reason we stop in May is because have people but recognize it as Water Awareness Month, because it starts our irrigation season. And you can just see it's like a bell curve, water use starts to climb and climb and climb. And even though we have this great supply right now, which I'm thankful for, although my heart goes out to the people up at Lover's Lane, some of the people that were affected by the floods, but our water supply is really good this year. But we just don't know what next year will bring. The climate whiplash that we've experienced since the 21st century started has been extreme, from droughts to these atmospheric rivers. So we just don't know what to get. So the best thing to do is to stretch our water supply as much as possible. We have a growing community. The cost of water and treating it and moving it and stuff is getting more expensive. So one of the easiest things to do is use it efficiently. We can help you. We have turf removal rebates, $2 a square foot. We have water softener programs. If you want to demolish your water softener, it's a $300 rebate. And we have all types of things. But the first thing you should do is call us. We can come out, inspect your irrigation system, make sure it's running efficiently, and set it for the season and for the weather that we're having. And it's all a free service. So our number is 637-4378, or you can go to our website at wrasbc.org. Thank you.
The next proclamation is for Fremont Peak Day, April 30th, 2023. Georgiana and Bonnie. Oh, take your time. We are here. Don't leave her up there.
Hi.
This is a proclamation for Fremont Peak Day 2023. Whereas in 1826, the Mexican-American War, an American flag was unfurled over San Juan by Major John Charles Fremont of the California Battalion in defiance of the Castro's orders to leave California. And whereas this year we salute the American flag flying over El Nido del Llanuan at high noon as a Wednesday day. With the Veterans of Foreign Wars, post number 6359, San Juan Bautista VFW 6359, Ancillary Auxiliary, San Juan Bautista post in Monterey Bay, District 12, as well as the main daughters of Golden West, Harvard number 179, Scouts of 428, San Juan Bautista, and the California State Storage Park Rangers District number 19 as Fremont Peak Day 2023. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of this San Juan City Council, proclaim April 30th, 2023 as Fremont Peak Day.
Leslie is coming here. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Georgiana Gallardi. This is my sister Bonnie Campbell. She's the native daughter tonight, and I am from the library, from the auxiliary of the post. And it's very interesting that. Thank you. Thanks, Leslie. It's very interesting that we've been going up to the peak for 115 years. We can't go this year. We just found out the road is not going to work. So this is a public announcement that the festivities for Peak Day will be at the VFW post. We're all getting ready. The barbecue will be there, same as usual. We'll be there making our speeches and finding the oldest and the youngest person there. So bring your kids and your grandparents. I don't, we might be rehearsing for that. And the youngest and the oldest people there will receive a gold dollar. Remember when they were passing out gold dollars? The one we choose to pass out every year, and they're running out of them, is the Sacagawea one. The Sacagawea, remember Lewis and Clark expedition? There is only one baby on an American dollar or any other coin. One baby, and it is John Baptiste. His name is John Baptiste Charbonneau, and he went on the whole trip with his mother when he grew up, he was adopted by General Clark of the Lewis and Clark expedition. And we believe he actually came to San Juan Bautista. We don't know for sure, but rumors were that he had adventured. He'd gone to Russia. He traveled the world as a sort of a scout. So that is why we give the old folks and the youngest folks $1 with his picture on. So let's make sure you get directions right. I would like to leave to be placed in the city hall. One of these pictures, and we probably will post these around town so people will know it's at the VFW and not at the peak this year. Thank you. You can take it all. He's got you.
It will wave. Home safely. National Preservation Month, May 2023. Is there anybody in the audience to receive that proclamation? Thank you. We'll send that one out. General public comments, well, depending on how many people want to have general comments, are for items that are not on the agenda, and under the city council's subject matter jurisdiction. These are comments, and not necessarily answerable at this time, because they are not agendized. We cannot discuss them. Do we have anybody wishing to speak on items not on the agenda? Please fill out a speaker card if you wish to. Three minutes.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and city manager. My name is Frank Sanchez. I am the new recycling coordinator for San Benito County Integrated Waste Management Department. This week, we're scrambling to set up for our Earth Day event that's taking place this Saturday, the 22nd in Hollister, downtown between 6th and 7th Street. And this is just kind of a formal invitation to anybody who would like to go learn about any green businesses that are in our community. There's going to be a bunch of activities and tablers that are out there letting people know, the community know, what kind of green services or products that they provide for the community. And it's just a great networking environment to see what the community does offer in regards to being more green and sustainable. Awesome. I love to see it. And then also Mayor Jordan, I believe our department was in contact with you to sign some certificates for the winners of the art poster contest. I was wondering if it's okay to leave them with the city clerk today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Second from 11 to 2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do we have any other public comment on items not on the agenda in chambers? Thank you. Oh, one more.
Hi, my name is Jill Pagran, 207th Street, San Juan Bautista.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm here to kind of bring you up to date on what's going on with the San Juan Committee. We have dropped our DBA, so we are no longer San Juan Bautista Business Association, San Juan Bautista Community Business Association, SJB CBA. We have changed our articles of incorporation. Our nonprofit is now San Juan Bautista Business Association, as is our Department of Justice, and our franchise tax exempt status, and our Secretary of State. So San Juan Committee has gone away, our DBA has gone away, and our 501c3 is now San Juan Bautista Business Association. It's effective retroactive to 2015, when we originally filed our articles of incorporation. So just to let you know, and I'm sure that we'll be able to work out something with some conflict that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all that you do. When anybody comes up to the podium, if you can speak directly into the microphone, Zoom is having a little difficulty hearing. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in chambers?
Mayor, we have a speaker card for Leslie David, but I'm not sure what item they're wanting to speak.
Thank you. Nothing else in chambers? How about on Zoom?
We have one, Nikolai Altenberg.
Hi, welcome.
Hello,
Hi,
Good
you have
evening.
3 minutes. Welcome.
this is Nikolai Altenberg, 11 Monterey Street. Good evening to everyone. As we enter the period of the year that water conservancy becomes more of an issue, and in spite of all the important and rain that has occurred for us, I would like to see there be an examination of how our city bills water, because the current system does not incentivize decreasing water use and encourages or incurs the greatest cost on smaller families that have their own single family dwellings versus those who live in apartments or multifamily units. The greater the number of the families, with the way that we bill the flat fees, means that smaller families pay a greater share per person of their water usage, and there's no incentive for people to conserve or reduce their water usage because the greatest portion of the bill is from the flat fees. I would also, on a separate topic, is this the time that's acceptable to weigh in on the issues later in the meeting, or wait for that?
It is not. If you wish to speak on a topic that's on the agenda and a future agenda item, we can bring you back for that.
All right, that is my piece for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have one more, Margot. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, this is Margot Tankersley. I own Margot's Ice Cream Parlor, 211 3rd Street. And I just wanted to comment on the handwritten signs that have been placed on a building downtown. And whoever made the signs, they kind of look like a complete mess. There's a misspelled word as well as just looking tacky. I know some of it is free speech, but most of it is actually advertising. And I think the city or code enforcement should do something about this. It looks really bad for our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments?
Public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. City council announcements. This is.
You can proceed to the podium.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Elia Salinas. I give myself the title of local government accountability activist. And I was here last month. And after the meeting, I did send an email to your city manager, the city mayor, and the mayor pro tem requesting a public records request. I did get an email that's acknowledged that my request was received. And in my opinion, San Juan Bautista is a pretty small town. And I should have already received some documents, if not all of them by today or sooner than that. But I just want to let you know, I'm putting you on notice. I still haven't gotten anything. And I'm anticipating that I should be getting something soon. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other? Thank you very much. City council announcements. This is an opportunity for council and staff to share the community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the public. Councilmember Friels.
Have nothing tonight, unfortunately, because we have a full chamber and a full screen here. So I have nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I was going to talk about the April 22nd Saturday Earth Day celebration. 49 San Diego.
Sorry to interrupt, but I cannot hear him.
The Earth Day celebration is going to be at 649 San Benito Street.
Yeah, they got to turn. He's got to turn on his mic.
Can you hear this one?
I
Can you hear this one?
Yeah.
Zoom cannot. That's the problem.
Sorry about that. And I hate to be repetitive again, but so at the integrated waste management meeting about 2 weeks ago, it was announced that we were going to have an Earth Day celebration. It's going to be in downtown Hollister at 649 San Benito Street in Hollister from 11 to 2 approximately. Might run a little longer than that. Should be a lot of fun for the kids, and there'll be other instructional and educational activities on recycling and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just an announcement that starting tomorrow, our East Culture is starting their annual run of their farmers market every Wednesday. So something to look forward to, and maybe someday we can have one. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
I got nothing.
Thank you. I just have two things. I'm very excited to announce a new event coming to San Juan Bautista. Saturday, July 29th will be the NorCal VW Fair. Save the date, more to come later. We're expecting a couple of hundred Volkswagens in town. Super excited about that. And also Wednesday, tomorrow, is the last day of the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival. Today, films were and are being presented in Hollister and Gilroy on the joys and struggles of the LGBTIQ community. Tomorrow, films will be shown at the District Theater in Gilroy and will feature films from Iranian filmmakers filmed throughout Iran. The festival itself has been amazing thus far. I attended Sunday morning cartoons before a feature film. That was super cool. There were films from Canada, Iran, Lithuania, Mexico, the UK, and the US. And these films were about intense love, profound loss, war, resiliency, pinball machines, and stormtroopers. I want to thank the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival for bringing these talented filmmakers and their projects to Hollister, Gilroy, Morgan Hill, and San Juan Bautista. Deeply honored. Thank you very much. It was an amazing event. Yesterday there was Mexico Day, and Lupe Valdez was honored. I was super honored to be present in all of this. It was an amazing festival. Can't wait till next year. Bigger and better. Consent items, 6, all matters listed under the San Juan Bautista City Council consent agenda are enacted by one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests discussion on a separate item. Councilmember Friels.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I have no items to pull.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
I'm here trying to figure out how to turn the air conditioner off in my room because I can barely hear anything.
Do you have anything to pull under the consent agenda?
I do
Thank
not.
you. I am pulling 6E. Do we have anybody from chambers who wishes to pull an item?
We have one. Elias Salinas, I'm not sure which items you'd like to pull.
Thank you very much.
Anybody in Zoom wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Seeing no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve items A, B, and D? Sorry, and F.
So moved. And I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Friels to approve A, B, D, and F. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you.
Ms. Salinas, you can walk to the podium for item C.
Thank you. As stated at the last meeting, it's been a while since I've been here. And I did go through the entire agenda and the packet. And I'm just curious, and I hope that the council is too, is this a habit you're getting into? What is the reason? If you can let the public know, why is that your minutes for December 20th are 4 months behind schedule? They're not supposed to be more, actually, they're not supposed to be more than 60 days at the most. And you are at way past that. So I'm hoping that you all can take a look at it. You don't have to answer me today, but you can discuss it among yourselves. And hopefully that you're going to change your the fact that you need to let the public know what's going on a lot sooner. If I were to read the minutes and something happened in December, if I come forward and I have a question as to something that was passed, it's out of your mind already and out of your head, and it's going to have to take some research on your part. So thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve 6C?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Excuse me, abstain. I believe I was not an official city council member.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carried.
Thank you very much. And I'm pulling 6E, approve a resolution authorizing closures of streets for certain special events in 2023. There are 2 events listed on this. And the second one is just a date change from it's listed for the Rotary Rainbow Run from April 23rd, 2023. The run is actually June 17th. May I have a motion to approve item 6E with the date change?
So moved. So moved.
Thank you very much.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Morris Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Informal items and reports. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. I had intergovernmental, I missed it because of my own screw up in my scheduling. COG meeting last month was fairly short. Introduction to the new Caltrans supervisor for this region. And just a few other, and something I forgot from the last one. Caltrans announced the title of the roundabout at 25 and 156 is going to be called a turbo roundabout. A turbo roundabout, a turbocharger. It sounds like it's the first one that's going to be implemented in California. I'm just hoping there's grandstands when it opens. So it's going to be entertaining. Caltrans is going to be putting out flyers and I think a video on how to manipulate it. So they're not that tough, folks. I've done them in Ireland. You know, they're easy enough. So and I have some hopefully, right, Don? Hopefully you have some good information from good news from COG next month, but I don't want to spoil it yet until we've voted for it at COG. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. Yes. At the last meeting, I was feeling rather rushed and I did not give a report on a Civic Well conference that both the mayor and I attended late in March. And so it was a wide-ranging conference. On Thursday night, there was a seminar on how to produce more housing. That's a big emphasis by the state. 2 city council people from the city of Arcata, which is up in Humboldt County, for those of you who are listening, talked about how they are generating like 400 new houses without ruining their town. So that's great. Moving on to Friday, it was on climate change and how cities can help decarbonize our society through both the transportation and power sector. The afternoon session was following up on that. Mostly was on offshore wind. Through my association with 3CE, I know quite a bit about that. The 3CE had signed a memorandum of understanding with a company called Wind Castle, which is going to put up a wind farm off of Morro Bay. They unfortunately did not win the rights to that. A European company did. So it's still going to be there, just be run by the Europeans. I was told the reason why is the Europeans have lots of offshore wind in between Germany and England in the North Sea, basically, and they have experience in making them and running them. It is very complicated. Okay. Particularly the manufacture and siting of because they're floating, they're not attached to the ocean floor. And so there's special technologies involved. Anyway, the good news is those offshore wind farms, the one's gonna be in Morro Bay and the other's gonna be up near Arcata once again. The one in particular in Morro Bay is stated to provide a megawatt per megawatt replacement for Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, which is supposed to go offline in a year and a half, but now it's going to be, I believe, Gavin stretched it out to 2030. But no matter what, it is going to be going offline, and that is the largest. Let me repeat that again: the largest single power producer in the state of the United States and the state of California. Excuse me. And so we need to replace that so we can keep our air conditioners on and our lights running, and etc. So we can have a modern society. So it's going to be important, in my opinion. The wind farms are not going to be ready by 2030. The logistics of them are huge, daunting. They're going to be an engineering marvel when they're finally built and working, but it's going to take a while. Okay, Friday night, the keynote address was by State Senator John Laird. And he talked mostly about the state response and coordinating the county response with the flooding in Pajaro, which happened just a week before that. And the after effects are still lingering. There are still people out of their homes. There are still homeless people who were not homeless before the rains came. So, there's real tragedies occurring, and the state is stepping in and the counties are stepping in to do what they can do. Saturday morning was a panel discussion on grid reliability, battery storage, and solar power. Long story short, solar power without battery backup has limited value, but the batteries greatly increase the grid reliability and resiliency. Next, we had an integrated waste management meeting, which we kind of already talked about. We went over the budget and franchise fees. San Juan Bautista is going to will be receiving $77,486, or don't hold me to that last three digits, in fees. And those fees are to repair the roads because, as you know, large trucks are very, very hard on the roads, cause them to degrade much quicker than if you just drove your regular everyday car over the road. So we receive from Recology $77,000 per year. It'll probably be each year, it'll probably be a little bit more to help with that. By the way, the county's receiving $457,000, and the city of Hollister is receiving $800,000, more than $800,000, and that's because the city of Hollister is like, I don't know, they're like 70% of the population. County's 27% of the population, and we're 3% of the population. So that's why we get and it's divvied up by population. AMBAG met last Wednesday, the 12th, and we talked about two items. One was AMBAG is a member of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, which, as most of you know, is off the coast there from Moss Landing and all of Monterey, actually, Monterey Bay. And there's a bill called AB 953, which will restrict the speed of large ships, which will hopefully save propeller strikes against marine mammals, i.e. whales and dolphins, and save their lives. It will also reduce pollution because the slower speeds use less fuel oil. Fuel oil, for those of you who don't know, are like 100 times worse than diesel fuel. And so, the pollutants that come out of the ships are pretty nasty. So if we can help contain those around the area, we're doing a lot for air conditioning. And we also talked about our 2023 public participation plan for transportation throughout the Tri-County area. And that will be an ongoing process by AMBAG to recruit from the public what needs we have in additional transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I have really nothing to add. John spoke a lot of everything he's doing for both of us. No, in all honesty, I just started a new job and I was assigned previously to Monday, Wednesday kind of meetings, and I can't take off on my new job. So I'm waiting for reassignment to be on some committees that meet on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I am to Creel's representative. He has the vote. I'm merely an alternate. I will try to go to the next meeting with Councilman Friels just to see what is happening there. So I'm waiting new assignments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia?
I don't have anything to report other than that the LAFCO meetings for which I am an alternate continue to be scheduled during normal working hours.
Great segue. LAFCO really hasn't met except for some closed session meetings. The executive officer position has been vacant for several months, October or November. We have finally chosen a new executive officer. We have retained the services of Derek McBain, who is with Monterey County LAFCO. And the next couple of meetings will be to discuss the budget. Intergovernmental, couple of agenda items on that: homelessness, which is a recurring agenda item. Supervisor Kuro's bringing a presentation back to the committee next month. Councilmember Resendez spoke about initiatives in Hollister surrounding LGBTQ. And Intergovernmental has invited Hazel Hawkins Hospital to come by and have a conversation on where they're at. Their schedule conflicts, so we have yet to see them at a meeting. And the last meeting was canceled 2 or 3 times by not a hack, but somebody who got a hold of a computer and tried to erase it from the family calendar. And so there was lots of confusion on whether or not there was going to be a meeting. There was a great meeting with MBAP leadership, and it was at the San Benito Health Foundation, learning all about Rosa Vivian Fernandez and her duties there, and where she came from, and where she wants to move the foundation forward. That's all I have.
Hazel Hawkins did give 2 presentations about 3-4 months ago.
Yes.
So they haven't thumbed their nose in intergovernmental. They actually showed up for 2 of them.
Right.
And it's a good thing their consultants showed up for the second one, because we learned a little more from the second one. That was pretty important, like a $4.2 million mistake.
Anything from staff? Meetings?
Oh, it's covered in my city manager's report.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from anybody in chambers? Nothing.
Mayor.
Thank you. Zoom.
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a comment regarding the report from city representatives, if you can please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for your reports. Treasury's report and monthly financial statements. Today it will be given by our accountant, Wendy Cummings. Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you. Good evening. You have in front of you the financial report for the period ended February 28th, representing 8 months of the city's fiscal year, or 67% of the fiscal year. Under the general fund revenues are at 67% for the year to date, so in line with the fiscal year. Correspondingly, general fund expenditures are at 51% for the year to date. Overall, we have a net effect positive change in general fund balance of $282,000 for the year to date. In our enterprise fund, the water enterprise fund's revenues are running at 68% for the year to date, so just above, and expenses are at 65%. The net effect is a positive change in the water enterprise funds of $303,000. The sewer enterprise fund revenues are at 86% for the year to date, and expenses are at 73%. The net effect is a positive change in the sewer enterprise fund revenues of $338,000. Beyond those items, there are no notable items to present to the council at this time from beyond the prior reporting period.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Councilmember Friels?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
No comments.
Thank you. I don't have any either. Anybody from Chambers wish to speak on the financials?
No speaker cards received.
Thank you. Anybody from Zoom?
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make public comment, please raise your hand. And we do have one. Jim Pisano.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Hey, Jim, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. This is Ida Pisano.
Hi, Ida. Welcome.
Hi, Jim Pisano's wife, on Alani Street in San Juan Bautista. Just wondering if the budget or financial statement is posted anywhere, specifically with regards to personnel expenses, and where the funds are coming from to pay for the positions that are being created or recently created, the assistant city manager.
You are breaking up. I heard personal expenses and assistant city manager.
I was just wondering if that is public information that is posted somewhere with regards to the finances, the city finances, specifically with personnel expenses, the new positions that have been created, where the funds are coming from, sources.
Mayor, would you like me to answer this?
Sure, if you understood it, yes.
Yeah, I think I can hear a little better out here in Zoom land. If I understand correctly, the question has to do with where the budget is for this current fiscal year. They should be out under the city clerk's page or under the finance page. The fiscal year for FY 23-24 is in progress. And will be presented in the series of meetings coming up in the next few months.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, absolutely. City managers report. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the city council, members of the public. On this agenda item, I always invite the Hollister Fire Department and our sheriff's department, sheriff's office, And I see that Charlie is here today. So I would like to invite Charlie to share with the community any updates from the fire department.
Hi, it's Charlie. Can you hear me?
Hi, welcome. Yes, we can hear you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thanks for having me here tonight. I am Charlie Bedole. I am your fire marshal. There's really a little bit, I mean, the fire chief was working with the city last week, and you guys all know on the strategic plan. He did attend that and work with you on that part. We have 5 people, 5 firefighters are going to be starting approximately May 1st. So that'll take between 4 to, I think it's 6 to 8 weeks before we get them online. So we should be getting them online just in time for fire season. We're continuing on with our weed abatement patrol throughout the county, and we're hitting our business inspections right now. So we'll be hitting them in Hollister, the county, and San Juan Bautista right now. So once again, if you have any complaints on any concerns or fire hazards or any weeds on any lots, just give us a call at 636-4325. That way we can get some letters out and start the process, because everything, it did rain a lot, but now that the weather's been a little nicer, it's going to be drying out a lot faster. So we're going to be pretty aggressive on hitting these lots now. That's all we have for this time.
Thank you very much. Stay safe out there.
Thank
Thanks
you.
to
I have a question.
Firehouse 4. Go Coop.
Sure.
Um,
Question?
Yes, Charlie, you said there's 6 more recruits that are coming online in the next 6 weeks. Is that correct?
5. We
5.
had 6, but we only got 5 through the background. So we'll be starting with 5, and they should be within the next 6 to 8 weeks. They're finishing up their physicals and their backgrounds right now.
So how many people will you have in the department, including those 5, once you get all those people integrated or
Well,
into the?
I believe we're at 43 right now. So 43, 40, 48 is what we'll have online staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the fire marshal? In chambers? On Zoom?
Mayor, we do have one, Luke.
Thank you. Welcome, Luke. Please unmute yourself. There you go. Hi, welcome.
Hi, sorry, I might have missed it, but is the fire department hiring right now for firefighters? Thanks.
Luke, if you can give us a call at 636-4325, and you can ask for Chief Bedola, I could give you all that information on actually what to do and set you up to get hired wherever you want to get hired, if that's for you. But give me a call tomorrow, and then we can talk about it offline.
Awesome. This is the recruitment office for the fire department. Thank you very much, Luke. Thanks, Chief. Again, any questions concerning fire, 831-636-4325 appearing underneath your screen. Just kidding. We don't have that. Any other questions from Zoom? Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Be safe. Oh, you're sticking around. Sorry.
I do have a couple more things to share with the community. The sheriff was unable to attend and regrets that. We've been working more closely with the sheriff than we have, which is great. Sergeant Penny has been working with us, especially in terms of getting reports and data from our dedicated deputy, et cetera. And just late this afternoon, he did drop off a 2-page report with some statistics from the month of March, indicating there were 13 crimes reported to the sheriff last month. 4 of them were theft, 3 of them were tows. Without the sheriff, we cannot tow a vehicle, and that's a little new wrinkle to our public safety efforts. There was a report of a warrant arrest, a drunken driving, existing law enforcement officer, neighbors fighting, and a juvenile who was called 911 on a juvenile delinquent, I suppose. So I just wanted to share those statistics and make sure that this will get posted in the status report portal on our website every month. All the departments submit their reports to that portal, including the city manager. Let me share my screen real quick. This report is a little different than some of the others that I've done, a little more information in it, and what you see here in the red is an update to the March report. We're still working a lot with FEMA. I had to cancel a meeting tomorrow because my assistant city engineer is recovering from an illness. So we have met with FEMA 3 times on the January events. We have recently closed the COVID claim December 31. And the January events now include Rancho Vista. We do have questions from members of the community that live out there. And I'll get to that when we talk about the flood update in the next slide. Our claim has grown to $171,000. And we have an inspection coming from FEMA soon to confirm those losses. Firm map meeting is important. Firm is our flood insurance map that FEMA relies on that indicates after improvements are made where flooding should and should not occur. And frankly, the flooding that occurred was quite consistent with the current firm map. So that's interesting to know, despite all the storm drain improvements there. We haven't caused the course to change much. Site inspections to confirm damages are coming. Okay.
Can you please speak in your microphone?
Sure. Okay. Okay. So hopefully that works. Sorry. Sorry, I have to eat it. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. I watched the planning commission on Zoom and it was really frustrating. So I understand. Day-to-day response to the March 9 flooding that's still occurring. We did qualify for individual assistance, which is really important for those who lost their homes or their RVs. They can FEMA. We've been handing out notices and broadcasting ways to get in touch directly with FEMA to recover 70% of the cost of a trailer. We had as many as 40 damaged at the Mission Farms RV Park and several homes on Lang Street. So that's really good. We did not get that IA individual assistance from the January floods, but we got it from this one. So that's really good news to know. The March 9 floods occurred mostly south of Highway 156. The FEMA inspections occurred on 4/12 and March 18th. So we're still continuing to work with FEMA. It's a very important step for us to take. We don't have a lot of staff, so we're doing our best to work with them and jump through all the hoops, make sure that our community recovers fully from this event. I started to say in Rancho Vista, we met with them on March 12th and identified 12 different culverts that are full of silt, culverts crossing under 3rd Street, near Trailside Drive and La Venino. And once we get the approval from them to move forward with removing that silt, we will join with the county's contract and bring granite rock back to clean out those culverts. So that's an opportunity that the Fish and Game, State Fish and Game, has given a little waiver on their permitting requirements, allowing us to go in and clean that up before the next rains come. So that's very helpful, both from FEMA and from the county. So we appreciate that. Red Cross, as many know, have been feeding the folks at the Mission Farms RV Park. They still have 5 families there that we tried to get housing for through the county. We had 6 months, we had trailers available for 6 months of housing, and they opted out because of the difficulty getting their kids into the San Juan school every day. So hopefully they're doing okay. I've emailed Kurt Kawasaki at the Mission Village Farm twice this week, offering this individual assistance and doing our best to continue our support. The nonprofits, the Catholic Charities, Red Cross and others have been meeting Monday mornings at 8. I missed this last one, but I've been to several of these meetings in the past month to make sure our nonprofits and our residents are staying in touch. And this is just a quick diagram, a quick mapping of the flooding that occurred in 2 spots. And what has happened here, the biggest challenge in the Mission Farms RV Park is right behind the Copperleaf homes and the park itself, because this waterway was altered as a result of the construction from Caltrans and also altered to maintain the back of the Copperleaf wall. So the water was coming and flooding down, not just down here, but down Lang Street, as we know, and down the Alameda, and then it had nowhere to go but towards Mission Farms RV. And the storm retention pond for Copperleaf then filled up and drained and contributed to this. And so did the Mission Farms detention basin fill up and drain into these homes. So they're being challenged with 3 different sources of flood water. And then we showed aerial pictures at the last meeting of how this area was so flooded here. And this is right where the Caltrans construction trailer is located. It's about 3 feet underwater. So this was really an unusual inundation, and it had a lot to do with the ability of the water to pass under this bridge and get on its way to the Pajaro River. So that's just a quick overview of what we've been doing with FEMA. It has taken a lot of time and attention. The sewer force main is on tonight's agenda, and we continue to adjust schedules to meet the needs of our settlement agreement with the Water Board and our agreement with the EPA. The USDA has been very supportive and continues to be very flexible. They're providing $14 million of the $18 million project cost. This has caused delays, however, and the need to amend our schedules. On April 13th, the USDA approved our bid package and our process. That's been a 3-month effort to get that approval. And so we're moving forward, hopefully after tonight's meeting and get this project out to bid by the end of the week, which is a real big milestone. The long-term agreement for the sewer water program was sent to Hollister the week of April 5th. We've since returned comments today, as a matter of fact, continue to work on that agreement. That's critical. That'll be our long-term agreement with Hollister. The next step is to execute the long-term agreement with the water district to import the fresh water. And I know the community has been very anxious for that to happen. And we're working as fast as we can to get that second agreement so they can get started on their project. So we're still working on the import of fresh water from the water district. The financial plan status, I touched on it briefly with the USDA's $14 million contribution. We now have a line of credit for that same amount because the USDA is only going to pay us when the project is done, but we have the green light. So the schedule showed us, this is the original schedule from April 1, and it showed our bid date, our advertising for bid used to be Valentine's Day, and we've moved that now to the end of, to mid-May, but we've been able to move that up. So this is a 4/4 advertisement date is now 4/21, but we're still going to try and wrap this up in late May and come to the council for award of contract in June. So this project is for real and it's fully funded and it's finally moving forward. And this is just an updated calendar. Shows council approval of award 620. We're not meeting that day. We're going to meet on the 13th. It'll either be the 13th or the 27th. But the whole goal is to have the sewer project done and in operation by June 2024, and that hasn't changed. So that's a lot of information to chew on. Happy to take questions when we're over on any of this. So the schedule's been updated twice in 2 weeks, and
Speak into your microphone,
and that's what I was showing on the last 2 slides. So again, with the import of surface water, we have the draft agreement prepared, and we've brought on Bounty Brand, who's ready to meet with me tomorrow on that, and hopefully we'll get that off to the water district by the end of this week. They are trying to coordinate their project with the relinquishment of 156, and the general manager gave me a status report on that, and he was estimating early 2026 now to get their project done. So we're going to do our best to get that to happen faster than that. We were shooting for June 2025. We have seated our new seat for the pardon me. Let me start with the grant application for Third Street Multimodal Center. This is related to the Third Street Master Plan. It was a $350,000 request, and that went in March. And we haven't heard anything back on that yet, but that would be a huge accomplishment if we could get that grant and put a crown on our Third Street project with bus and transit stations near the soccer field in that area. That's where the multimodal center was programmed in our active transportation plan. We just concluded an RFP for our housing element update and selected a consultant. We'll be bringing that contract forward for approval, recommendation to the council. Hopefully at the next meeting, even if it's a special meeting, because we need to get our housing element rolling for what they call cycle 6. It is due December 31st. So there's a lot of work between now and December to do on that. This is where I was heading. The Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Subcommittee is prepared to restart. I just haven't had the bandwidth to call a meeting. I had an orientation with the new member, Chris Martirama, that the council appointed. We spent 90 minutes together reviewing the history of the committee's work, and hope to get this meeting scheduled by the end of this week, scheduled for next week. It's really hard to do when we're putting our agenda together, so it has to be an off week. REAP 2 is a planning grant, and the AMBEG process is now defined. They received public comment on it. And we're gonna propose to use our REIT money to assist people with ADUs that are non-conforming. They don't meet building specs, and in the form of loans and grants to help people bring their ADUs up to the building code. We talked about, the fire marshal mentioned the strategic planning session that went all day on April 14th. I thought it was hard work. No doubt it was hard work. But the 20 or 30 of us that stuck it out for the whole 8 hours got a lot out of it, I think, with a mission statement, a vision statement, and a set of core values for our city to follow as it developed its budget. And so I know that that was trying to squeeze a big job into a small hole, and we did it somehow. It wasn't easy, but that's going to inform our budget. And that was my goal, was to learn from the community what your priorities are, and water continues to be a number one priority. But to get that into our budget, so that when we have our budget hearings in May, it all makes sense and it all ties back to our strategic plan and organizational review. So we talked about the city's budget, the status of its finances being healthy. We talked about public safety and some other things. So we did review the strategic plan from the 2016 general plan. We started there's over 600 goals in there. We've got a new process that we're going to start up. Then the consultant will come back to focus just on the general plan. We reviewed past strategic plans, and we reviewed the fiscal and organizational capacities, and the organization's doing well. Our general fund is quite a bit higher than it was when they were here in 2020. It's up to $2.6 million now, which is 10 months of general fund revenue. The standard for cities is 2 to 3 months, so we're doing very well in that regard. We did receive some feedback from about, I think it was 85 surveys, and we now are up to 130 surveys. So we have to update our feedback on the surveys. It's really great to see all these surveys come in. The last day was Monday, but we'll count them if they still come. We're not turning any away. So we're doing really well with the surveys. And then April 15th on Saturday, we had a 2-hour wrap up. And I thought that was a really good discussion because we had people who couldn't attend on Thursday come on Saturday. We had a robust conversation about communication, and we had a robust conversation about public safety. So that's really good for us to have, because we have a lot of moving parts in our public safety department. So we had public meeting training, and I'm just asking the question rhetorically. The commissioners and council practice the new directions. I think we've done really well. So thanks to Norma Alley, who came as a professional city clerk and led us through training. But we learned that the city needs rules of conduct, and I've heard a lot about that recently. We need our parliamentary procedures in place. So Bob and I will definitely work to get something back before the council at the next meeting regarding rules of conduct. How to get an item on the agenda needs to be reviewed, as well as the course of order of the meeting. Is it Robert's Rules of Order, or is it San Juan Bautista's Rules of Order? So we need to establish equity and establish accessibility through these processes. So I think they're really critical. We're spending a lot of time, city staff, on enforcement and responding to those enforced. That we get both complaints that we enforce too much and complaints that we don't enforce enough. I shared with you last month some of these non-compliant issues in the Midnight Express have been very big time consumption on city staff and especially the city attorney. But we're working with them. We're working on a use permit for them, and hopefully we're making progress. The ways is the same thing. It's been very time consuming and difficult to get them to commit. But I think we're finally on a positive path to get that resolved. The business districts downtown, I learned a lot. Thank you. I want to make sure I get the name right. The San Juan Business Association, the FB. I'm gonna get right.
San Juan Bautista Business
San Juan Bautista, I knew there was CB, San Juan Bautista Business Association, and I respect all the hard work that they're doing. It's been really tough. I've had a lot of practice with business districts in downtowns, especially in Salinas, and we're just getting our sea legs. And once we get past these few issues, and I think we're making progress now, that they are making progress. I couldn't take any credit for it. They've been working hard doing that. So anyway, I'm so glad to see that that's moving forward. It's something we need a lot. New council members, it was great to have EJ and Jackie at the strategic plan to learn about our budget and to learn about public safety and other important issues. That was really great timing. We talked about the Arts and Crafts Fair debrief. We had issues because we had vendors crashing the event, meaning that they weren't signed up to be part of the use permit. So they were not in compliance. We had, for example, a restaurant outside patio was being used to sell tie-dye t-shirts. But that particular business owner was more than happy to sign up with the sponsor of the event and pay the 20% of their revenue that day and become part of the use permit. I had conversations with another property owner using his parking lot, and we met for an hour and a half after the Arts and Crafts Festival because he said he'd never been told he couldn't lease that out during the event. But it's not part of the organization use permit for the whole program. So they need to be part of that program, or he needs to come to us and get a temporary use of land permit for that weekend, and he didn't do that. So anyway, there were a lot of bumps, and it wasn't simple. We had a debrief with all the departments on the 13th last week, and planning a better plan, of course, for the rib cook-off. A big problem with the rib cook-off is the debris, the rib juice on the sidewalks and the debris. This generates a lot of trash. So that's something that we'll be preparing for, and that's right around the corner, May 5, 6, and 7. Nuisance properties, we get a lot of complaints about nuisance properties, and the city attorney and I have worked on a draft nuisance ordinance and bring it forward. It's been since January, Bob, that we've had a draft, and we need to bring that back to the top of the list because we need a simpler process instead of having a public hearing. Non-compliant, I have 5 more slides. Non-compliant fences, we are beginning to enforce and inspect and enforce non-compliant fences. Those built over 10 feet, over 6 feet tall without a permit need to have a building permit, need to be inspected. We need to set up plans for them. There's only a handful along Highway 156, so we're going to work closely with those property owners. We also lost a retaining wall there during the rains that fell onto the house, and that's not a city responsibility, but we're doing our best to facilitate that. We had complaints that the enforcement vehicle had blue and red lights flashing. We have removed those. We're ending the practice of the use of blue and red lights are reserved for only police and fire and ambulance. So that's just an update on compliant fences. Something that comes up at City Hall. Food trucks and the needle link. I think this is just kind of an unfortunate thing, but I think we're making progress. The food trucks, at least the one truck in question was actually a trailer, and they came in last Friday and got their business license. Today I was on the phone with them about a home occupation permit, and we spent a lot of time on the phone today with Vertigo talking about their permits. They have use permits apparently, but we cannot find them. I'll just tell you, we were not using a computerized system in 2012, and we have searched high and low for their use permits and we can't find them. So working with the owner, we're getting records that justify their alcohol permit on their patio, for example, and the use of the stove on the first use permit they got when they opened. It's really hard when you don't have good records. So it's not that we're not doing our due diligence, it's just we just can't find the records. So fortunately that the owner is cooperating and we're moving forward. We hope to get the trailer back out at Vertigo as soon as possible. We had some creative solutions come up today, so I think we're making good progress. And I just wanted to recognize the importance of the needle link. You've been a partner of mine. Noah has since before my first day. And you are our 4th branch of government, and it's important that you work with us and that we work together in trust. And so I know we struggled to get an accurate story from all sides. Maybe you felt it was accurate. So I just glad you're here tonight, and I hope you talk on this slide, and I hope to make amends between the city and Benito Link because we need you. I'm sincere about that. So please, let's talk directly about that when you can. 3CE, I think John covered that a lot. There is something called Plan for Electric Fleet that they're rolling out. We need all electric vehicles in our fleet by 2027. And they have 450,000 to accommodate small cities with small staff. So that's really good to know. And we'll be first in line when that happens. I did sign a letter of support for a federal application for a 30-acre solar field just outside the city that would provide a solar grid and battery backup that would help us survive a power outage. So they like working with San Juan Bautista because we're a small little pilot model that they can test and get on the road. COG and TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee of COG did talk about an agenda item for the COG meeting that Councilmember Fields alluded to. So I'm gonna just say this because I went to this meeting. The director is doing a really good job of cleaning house there, Benu, and she called me before the TAC agenda was published and said, hey, we found $600,000 and it needs to be spent by April 30th. And Hollister has a project that is shovel ready. So what we're proposing is that we swap Hollister $600,000 for this grant, and that way we get this money off the books, and they return to us RSPP funds, so the city gets an extra allocation of 10% of that $600,000 or $60,000. So the TAC agreed and made that recommendation to COG, and as Scott alluded to, we'll see if COG approves that. Grant status, I'm just concerned in general that the city may be over engaging in grants. There's a risk that grants be managed not properly and that you get in trouble. And if FEMA hears that, then USD will hear that, then HUD will hear that. And so we've gone from 0 grants in 2019 to more than 20 million grants now. And I just want to be really selective of the next few grants that we get and make sure that we're getting grants that are of the best nature and of the biggest use. The one in the bottom, the Abbey Park grant, is very exciting. It's a 50% match from the state, and it's scheduled to look at new ballpark lights and upgrades to the sound system and the ADA fixed to the bathroom. So I'm really excited about that grant. And having gotten through the Rudy Park grant and the Franklin Park grant, it's time to look at another park grant. The City Gate review talked about public safety, talked about recommended removing private security or phasing it out. To build a city community service officer program. These are non-sworn officers that work for the city that do something other than code enforcement. The code enforcement is focused on land use, and a CSO would help us with parking enforcement and with commercial vehicle enforcement and so forth. And that would make it a local program, so the city would have direct control over that. So that's something that's a little bit new that came from the City Gate review, and we wait to see what that's going to cost and weigh that out in the budget as we move forward. Some significant changes in public safety. And they also recommended a public safety coordinator, if you will, a single point of contact. And the fire chief was present during that conversation and was in support of a single point of contact. We're getting better control of county sheriff services. We can get daily shift logs, or we can not really confidential, but we could at least be receiving those on a regular basis and even consider a GPS on sheriff vehicles. So as we renegotiate any sheriff's contract, we have some milestones that we can shoot toward. I heard a lot in the last couple of weeks about me or my staff being unapproachable and mean-hearted, and I just that's not my intention. That's not the way I do business. So I invite again, as I did at the planning commission meeting, folks to come in and meet with me, and I have had some great conversations. Steve I.O., I talked to the Hopper brothers more than once. So I'm reaching out and trying to be more assertive in that regard. Ordinances not being enforced uniformly. We respond to violations when calls come in. We're not out looking for trouble. So if the same neighbor calls about the same neighbor day in and day out, week in and week out, we're responding. We have to look into it. We're obligated to. So I think it's a good conversation to have, and we're open to changes and improvements in that regard. So I just wanted to kind of get that all out in the air, and I appreciate your patience in receiving my lengthy report today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, council or members of the public.
Thank you very much. Council Member Friel, questions, comments, concerns on any of the slides?
No questions or comments. Thank you for the report.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes, I have a couple of comments. And somehow I'll find a question maybe. Going back to the Hopper Brothers food truck issue. It also affects another business, which was Vertigo Coffee. It has been stated, it was stated by the assistant city manager that they did not have a conditional use permit. So I do not have an official chain of custody, but I do have a conditional use permit for Vertigo's Coffee. So they did have a conditional use permit. So his statement was incorrect. it was incorrect because the previous several city managers ago, permits were handed out on a, not even an 8x10 pad, but one of those, I don't know, 4x6 pad, where it has the old fashioned NCR paper, and the guy just wrote permit, and you know, he didn't even write a description. One of the things that I'm very proud of it is a committee that no longer exists, which was called the Strategic Planning Committee, which Shauna Friels and I frankly headed up for a number of years. We were the one that started the procedure to modernize City Hall by instituting what's called an iWork program, which is a computer database for permits. By the way, the former city mayor of Hollister said it was too complicated for his city, but it's not too complicated for San Juan. Anyway, but we didn't have that back then. So there's no, let's say, easily accessible record for the situation. But I am here to tell you that Vertigo Coffee did have a conditional use permit. Now, whether or not it included food trucks may or may not be up for debate. I think a conditional use permit pretty much covers it, and they can do what they want to do, which is have outside dining, which is have a pizza oven, which is have pop-up art shows, which is have trivia nights. Vertigo Coffee has done all of this with that conditional use permit. So I think our staff really did overreact. They need some lessons in customer service and such. And I'm going to ask the community to work with me and help make this possible. And I will work with you to make sure that if you have a conditional use permit, it's in the computer, and it's valid, and it works, and you won't be harassed by city staff. That's really all I have to say on this right now. I don't want to go any further. I'm trying to be a bridge between everybody and make everybody happy. And I've learned that you can't do that. I mean, you can't make everybody happy, if you know what I mean. It's just not possible. But I'm trying, and I'm on your side, and I'm on the city side too. Nope. I'm an institutionalist. I believe in having a strong institution. And part of strong institutions mean having a strong business association and having strong businesses in the city and letting them do what they want to do so they can make lots of money. Okay. And that's important that they make lots of money so they can stay here and be happy and be strong.
Thank you. Did you have any other comments on any other slide? Sorry.
You don't want to listen to me.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. For city manager, I have a couple questions. I'm just thinking the slides are pretty self-explanatory, with the exception of maybe you can give us just briefly an update when you say the slide that says city time well spent. And it's you have two specific properties that you are quoting as a huge time suck. What does that mean? What's the update on these two properties?
Picture a drain and water going to the drain. That was my intention, and
Yeah.
I could have chosen better words, but that was my intention, time going down the drain. Because we have drafted agreements, we have written reimbursement agreements, we have agreed with both of these parties at hard spot meetings that last hours. And then we come to council and the council approves an agreement and they won't sign it. Both of these parties have received approval of agreements in the city council that Bob has drafted, that his predecessors drafted, and they won't sign it. And we start all over again. And so we've been working with these, Bob, not as long as I have, and then they go out and at least the Midnight Expresses case take matters into their own hands and cause more time consumption for staff, more enforcement. So it's and without a reimbursement agreement, so the city's losing not just time but money. And so I just wanted to bring that there's just a few apples out there that can cause big headaches for us, and we're working finally, I think, towards resolve on both matters.
So is the city billing for any of this overtime that you're spending with just sort of spinning the wheels, going around in circles? I think the Midnight Express for the public, it's the trucking firm that's out on Mission Vineyard. And they did some sort of, I
Rating
guess,
in a floodplain.
right,
without
and
permit,
yeah, so I'm assuming that our attorney's talking to their attorney. And there should be some charges being levied against them if they're just using up so much of our time.
But when the council agreed to declare that property a nuisance and we had the hearing and the special meeting, that allowed us then to attach these costs if we can't collect them, and we can lien their property.
Has that been done?
And the property sale.
But so it's not been liened because they're trying to get rid of it.
It can't be leaned. It actually, well, it can be leaned by the county. It actually, when the abatement is completed, the report of costs would come before the council. Council would approve that report of costs. The property owner would have an opportunity to explain why they felt some of them might not be warranted. They would have an opportunity, due process, and then it would go on the county tax rolls as a special municipal assessment. So it would go against their tax. And then if that's not paid after a couple of years, it becomes a delinquent tax and it can be liened, and the property, I believe, can actually be sold.
Okay. And then the second property, what is exactly the issue with that? The Loaiza.
The way it's a minor subdivision, the issue is at the time the minor subdivision was approved, there were no conditions of approval attached to the development. Since then, over a long period of time, the city and the property owners agreed on certain improvements, among which are public improvements, streets, curbs, gutters, drainage, that type of thing. In order to secure the performance, in other words, if the developer is unable to complete the public improvements, city code requires that an improvement agreement and improvement security be posted for those properties. The normal way to post improvement security is through a surety bond. You get a bond from a surety, and that covers in the case of non-performance by the developer. In this case, the property owners have found it to be infeasible, I'll say, for them to obtain a bond. And from our research, we've found that there is some support for that. It's very difficult for a small, I'll say, literally a mom and pop developer to do business. These are not, this is not Shea. This is not one of the big housing developers who get bonds regularly as a routine thing. So we've offered what I would describe as a hybrid security arrangement, which is a little unusual, but it is allowed based upon the fact that both methods we're proposing are in the Subdivision Map Act. One is which they would post, one part of the security would be posted through a set-aside letter, which is an amount of money that's kept on deposit by a financial institution that the city could access in the event the developers fail to perform. The other part of the set aside, it's about $800,000 that has to be set aside for this. You have to set aside money not only for performance of the work, but also for payment for the labor and materials for the contractors who are actually hired to do the work. The other part of the security is through an interest in real property. In other words, a deed of trust that the city would take, and we would hold that deed. That's a little cumbersome because to foreclose on a deed of trust is not easy or fast. They have offered us a second position on a deed of trust, which means that there would be a security interest ahead of us. In order for us to get marketable title, sell the property, should that eventuality occur, we would have to pay off that deed of trust. Now, if there's enough equity in the property, that shouldn't be a problem, but it would require the city to commit a certain amount of funds. I couldn't recommend that to you as a good deal, frankly. So what I have proposed to the Loaizas is that in the event that they are unable to complete the public improvement, in other words, if the project fails for some reason, that they would accelerate the city's position by either paying off the loan that would be ahead of us or they could sell the property for fair market value and pay us out of the proceeds. They don't want to do that. So I'm in the position, I wouldn't really be able to sit here comfortably and say, I'm proposing you guys accept a second as is without any, you council people, accept a second as it's being offered today and be able to tell you that I thought that was a good deal for the city. Probably more than you wanted to know about that project.
So it doesn't look like there's any closure in immediate future with both these.
No, they continue to move forward on other avenues, including with the subdivision map. The subdivision map has not been recorded and can't be recorded until we have both an agreement and the security. So they continue to move forward with getting signatures on the map as if they're preparing to record. So I'm hopeful that maybe we can reach some accommodation.
So they're putting the cart, the horse, and expecting the city to just do without. Why aren't we pulling their permit? Why are we allowing them?
There is no permit.
Or
It's a
allowing this? So it's been
a
approved by,
subdivision.
it's been
Right.
approved by a previous city council.
The subdivision map has been approved and the agreement there was a subdivision agreement approved also, which has remained unsigned for all this time. So the map stays in limbo.
Unfortunate.
If EJ, if I can interrupt for 1 second and go before you. So what's our recourse on both of these properties? Where does the city go from here? We're not moving forward. They're moving forward on something that is getting them nowhere. Where are we now?
For the subdivision matter, we have proposed an amended agreement. So we've given them an opportunity to sign this and they haven't done it. So the map cannot be recorded, the subdivision cannot continue. What I would say continue, the subdivision map cannot be recorded, so there is no subdivision.
But
And now on the Midnight Express matter, I think I'd rather have Brian speak to that, Brian Fausch, the Community Development Director.
so we're at a stalemate. We're not going
We're not
anywhere.
a stalemate on Midnight Express. That would be a more descriptive term for the Oasis at this point. But like I say, they continue to move forward in other areas regarding. I think I probably said a little, almost too much at this point because this matter is not on the agenda. So I wouldn't be really comfortable talking about it much more.
Does it not on the,
It is on the city manager's report. Yes.
so
it is.
can it not be discussed here
Well, I'm trying to answer questions, but.
without divulging too much?
Without divulging too much, without going into a level of detail that really should be on the agenda, so the property owners would have an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Can we agendize this next month?
Be happy to.
Thank you. Sorry, any further questions, comments, concerns on any of the slides? Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. Let me go back through. With respect to the outstanding monies from FEMA, is there any sort of date schedule or time schedule to that?
It can take 2 to 3 years, judging on the COVID experience. The books just closed on COVID in December, but we stopped incurring direct costs related to COVID in July. So it'll take an 18 months or so.
That's fun. And then with respect to the letter of support that was sent out, do we have a copy of that you signed for the solar?
Council member, I put hard copies in the box and I realized today that you haven't been able to come by to pick up anything in your inbox. So I'm happy to send that to you electronically.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that. And then the only other comment I have is, you've already commented on this, but I think we could be less strong with our language about when we're talking about these things, or more elegant with the language. and especially as we're asking others like Benito Link to do the same. And that's all I had.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of questions. One comment on Mission Farms. The Red Cross did a phenomenal job in coming out and helping those folks for a week. Other entities tried really hard to get some families housing, but they walk to town, so housing was not an option. Offsite housing was not an option for them. Is Elliot still in the house? Hi, if you can just, you have a warehouse in Hollister to take donations and to pick it. Can you, sorry, we're yelling and nobody else can hear us. You have a warehouse. Where is that, please?
It's 1402 Orchard Road.
142
1402
1402
Orchard Road,
Orchard
cross
Road.
street is Fairview. And it is the last street or the first street as you get to 156, depending which way you're going.
And folks can get in touch with you.
831-537-7312. We're taking furniture donations as well. It's warehouse enough to fill, to have, when they finally get a place to live, they can come and select furniture. They can come and select cookware, any kitchenware, clothing, bedding, things like that.
They can call you to donate. They can call you to receive.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Para Denny is also doing a locals drive for that as well. Question. You had a slide on nuisance properties, and one of the questions was, does council wish to revisit this? What was that for?
This came up in January council meeting, and it was right as the transition in city attorneys occurred. And it had been asked, and I suggested, because the county of San Benito had adopted a new revision to their nuisance ordinance.
Sorry to interrupt, but I can't hear you at all, Don.
The county of San Benito had adopted a new nuisance ordinance that made it much easier and effective to enforce cleaning up people's property and abandoned cars on property and so forth. And it gave them a whole set of tools. And this was right as Deb Mall was leaving and Bob was coming on board. So we continue to get complaints on certain properties in town in that regard. And this would make it a whole lot easier to correct those issues. So it's an enforcement tool. And I was curious if the council was still interested in that, especially with EJ and Jackie joining the city council.
Thank you very much. If we can put that on the agenda also for next month. You talked about the fences. If we can have conversations with Caltrans as well for sound barriers. That one done. Sorry, I had one more question on code enforcement versus the sheriff's department, and I lost it. Security, arts and crafts fair debrief. There was a question on security daytime versus after hours.
Right. And for the rib cook-off, we've already put a request in for the sheriff's department to support daytime enforcement. So we thought that we were having private security at the event during the daytime, but apparently we weren't. There was a misunderstanding, so we wanted to correct that problem.
So Kismet was just around the city, around the periphery, not in the event as during the day.
I'm not sure, I wasn't there. Brian can speak to that. It appeared as though the city, well, Brian's got his unmute, so I won't speak to him. Brian, could you fill in?
Yeah, I think Kismet was available during the event, but not specifically tasked with security for the event. And so their focus was citywide. And although I did notice that code enforcement officer in Kismet did intervene with some businesses that had alcohol on the street temporarily. You know, so, but I think their involvement was relatively limited, given that overall focus.
Thank you very much. And just a comment on the whole, because the whole Vertigo HAPA event could have been handled months ago. Moving forward, when we receive permit applications or conversations from the community, if they are welcome with open arms and with any questions that they have, that we lead them through the process that might or might not seem, or it might or might not seem relatively easy to go through. But they are not the first group to have issues with building and planning and getting permits for whether it be development or business license or conditional use permits. We as a city need to start streamlining these and making it more user friendly for our community members to come in and so as not to drive away business. I would like to see that we are a welcoming community for any and all business. So if we can work toward that and clean up slides a little bit. Thank you very much. Public comment from chambers.
Mayor, we have 3 speaker cards. Robert Lyson.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Make sure the green button is on.
I'm Leslie David with Benito Link. Thank you for allowing me to come speak tonight. I wanted to just say a couple things about Benito Link because I have the opportunity. It is a nonprofit newsroom. It's online only, and it was created about 15 years ago because there was no reporting on government meetings anymore. And it was created by the citizens of San Benito County. And so I think the research showed that when there was no reporting being done in city council meetings and supervisor meetings, the public lost trust in government. So I feel our role is very important here. And I do believe that Benito Link is extremely accessible. And I think your team found that when this issue came up. We answer the phone. And also Benito Link, because it's online and because it's nonprofit, it does not worry too much about having splashy headlines. That's really not what we're interested in. We're interested in serving our community. And so our mission is not just to publish, but to be completely open to the community, which means anyone in this room can write on Benito Link. So we have no limitations that way. And I think finally, I would just say that we do make mistakes. We're human, and when we do make mistakes because we're online only, it's very easy to fix them. So I would just recommend you call us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Robert Ellison. I live on 53 McElhaney Street. I have the unfortunate duty to correct Mr. Freeman. Brian didn't say that they didn't have a permit. He said that he didn't believe that they needed one and that he was willing to be corrected if he was wrong. So my apologies. But anyway, I've written almost 300 stories about San Juan Bautista in the 3 years that I've been working for the Middle East. And that was one of the reasons that they brought me on, was because I lived here. And I wrote 36 of them with Don Reynolds' help. And I appreciate that, particularly about the water issues. And I just wanted to say that when I write something, it's not just me throwing it out there. It goes through editors who check it for the facts, for fairness, at least 2 editors, and sometimes her. And she's really difficult, really difficult. So we do actually check these things for fairness. In this particular instance, I did not get responses from City Hall. I got ultimately an email from Brian, which I quoted in the article. I did not get responses from you. It would have helped to do that when I held the article, hoping for responses. So I'm hoping that we can have better communications. I'm hoping you'll pick up the phone when I call you tomorrow to talk about the FEMA stuff, because I think that's really important. And I appreciate the community itself and giving us stories, giving us input, and helping us to keep San Juan Bautista in the news. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment in chambers?
We have one more, Elias Salinas.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Robert and Leslie were very kind words. Mine were going to be a little bit more harsh. Why do you have accusing them that they're the 4th branch of government? That's really insulting. That's their news. They're giving you information, but your wording on your report, you need to go over it and you need to change some of the wording. And definitely, I would never have put that in there. And no one supervises you until you're here and you have the final say so, but we are your boss. The people who elect them, they are your boss. If you don't know that, I'm letting you know that now, because it's come back to me that when I have come here before you, who is she? It's none of her business. What is she doing here? So let's go to public safety. On why do you actually believe, City of San Juan Bautista, that you need to put GPS systems on sheriff deputies' cars? Has that been a discussion with the sheriff's office? I don't think so. I did text the sheriff regarding this tonight. He hasn't responded to me. That's okay. It's after hours right now. This past weekend, with regards to your FEMA report, it was not mentioned whether the victims here in San Juan Bautista actually went to Hollister this past weekend on Saturday. There were 5 hours that they were available, different government organizations, and they could have gone down there. And so it wasn't in your report, but I don't know if they did or they didn't. So that was last Saturday, and it was at the Strada Verde building. Arts and crafts. That's right. Where's my time? Oh, I don't have. I have 21. Okay. I know. Gosh darn it. Oh, fences. Why do you have on fences? Why would you put in there about the lights, the lights on the car? Shouldn't that have been under security or under other anything? But kind of, to me, it appeared like if I put it in here, it's being hidden. Fences have nothing to do with those lights. And that was a complaint by the sheriff's department. That should never have happened. The city time, arts and crafts, the review. Why would your assistant city manager and Rich Brown, I believe that's his name, first name Brown, contact the promoter to try to get the contract from another security company during the weekend of arts and crafts. That is not the city job at all. And that's a conflict of interest on Mr. Brown, who supposedly is your public safety person. There's a lot of things going on here. You don't become aware of it. I have got,
Salinas, thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Helena Walton. I'm a business owner here in San Juan and part of the Economic Development Advisory Citizens Council. And
Hi,
I want to
welcome.
say thank you because we have enjoyed the articles coming from San Benito Link and the openness and availability for us to be able to upload documents for ourselves and the variety of stories that come out of your department. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from, thank you.
Fran Fitzharris, Bree 25. I wanted to add, I'm really happy to hear Dawn change a little bit about Bonito Link, and also happy to hear us owning our mistake that we made with Hoppa Brothers and Vertigo. So I really appreciate that. That's making me feel a lot better about being a business here. So thank you for that. I want to really comment on the something out of nothing. So for us with hospitality, Bonito Link has done amazing stories about food and beverage and has really given us a lot more attention, more than we've ever received. And that's been really important to us. And regarding the article that came out about parklets and Hoppa Brothers, we called Bonito Link because we really wanted our voice to be heard and for our feedback to be shared with the public. And we appreciate them for answering the phone call and for coming to see us. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. And one last thing on conditional use permits, it's one thing to have them, but we also need to know what they say. So because I got code enforcement that came out to see me during the Arts and Crafts Festival at my business. And I won't go into detail, but I certainly will talk to anybody that wants to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments in chambers?
Not in chambers, but we do have 3 hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the report. This is
Hi,
Nikolai
welcome.
Altenberg. I have 2 comments on the Arts and Crafts Festival. This is a topic that is derided among other people in communities nearby and in ours. The name of the event and the content of the vendors at the event. It has been expressed to me by people from Morgan Hill, from Gilroy, from Hollister, and locals that they and new people to this country who have come and who were excited to attend the event and were disappointed by the content. That was my experience as well when I first arrived in this town. As someone who has lived in areas with arts festivals that have a large number of local or international and national artists and juried items and actual handmade crafts. I do believe there are a few vendors in the event that have those items, but the majority are commercially produced items and food vendors to most people's understanding or most people's experience of the event. My second comment is on the enforcement topics, and that has to do with, I've been very happy to see the enforcement at the corner of First and Monterey for semi trucks passing through town. Those signs have gone up for a while, but the strictly enforced was frankly seemed like a joke as someone who lives at that corner. and had seen no enforcement whatsoever. So glad to see that there is now some enforcement. I would like to see, and I believe there are some options for increased passive restrictions or passive items that can help reduce the incidence of semi-trailers, large commercial vehicles cutting through town on that route. And that also pertains to the slide about the road damage, which is also a problem from that, or the, the larger problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Tammy Castañeda Huaracha, Doña Esther's Mexican Restaurant. I just basically have a couple comments to make. The first is I just wanted to say to Mr. John, thank you so much for coming to Doña Esther's for our 41st anniversary. That was very, very nice. You obviously are somebody who takes great pride in your town, and it shows. And so thank you. The next comment that I have is I'm generally closed on Wednesdays. So had the city manager and the assistant city manager walked through town previously, they would know that Doña Esther's is closed on Wednesdays. However, March 22nd was a Wednesday and we were open. I guess it was a good day for them to go ahead and present the letters regarding the parklets, or as I call it, the deck. First of all, class act, guys, class act. Can't believe you did that on my 41st anniversary. But hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion and everybody's entitled to do, I guess, what they want to do. But there could have been another way of doing that. You could have handed it over to me on Thursday, not on the day of my anniversary. That was way below the belt. Anyways, I just wanted to put that comment out there because there was something in Dawn's information there regarding City Hall. And I think that you guys need to do better in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pisano, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome. Ida, are you there? There you are.
Resident. Just had a few comments regarding the city manager's report. First one is with regards to FEMA. I thought that a few council meetings ago that it was mentioned that the city was going to go back to Meritage to repair the damages. So when was it decided that they would be included in the FEMA funds? Second is that we don't have a hard copy of the slides that you have, and the acronyms that were used, which there are many, doesn't make sense to us. We don't know what you're talking about. COG, TAC, RSTP. There were just so many. So if you could, when you do the report, is to spell that out or put it in parentheses so that we understand. The other is with teen mentoring, and your comment or note after that is not sure what this is about. My thoughts are, if you don't know what it's about, then maybe you find out so that you can report on it more accurately. And that's not to be offensive. I'm just saying that, you know, the report itself, which has been mentioned several times by different people, is that it was reported unprofessionally and the notes and comments were not necessary. And yes, you could have put it in a better way. So, you know, we are the residents of San Juan Bautista. We do care. That's why they come to the city to ask questions and hopefully receive some answers. So please take that into consideration when you are doing your city report. These are actual concerns and issues to the people that are expressing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any other public comment on Zoom?
No other public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. And a little bit about that, the team mentoring, we are working closely with Citygate, who is working closely with our city manager, and a little bit of a coaching aspect as well. So we're moving forward. Thank you all. Sorry.
We have one more public comment.
Thank you
or
very
via
much.
Zoom. Luke?
Hello. Hi, this is Bella via Luke's computer.
Hey, Bella, welcome. I'm
Bella,
looking right at Luke and I'm going, he's sitting right here.
Yes, I thought I had my hand up, but I didn't. Anyway, I'm here now. I just wanted to say we are a community and we're lucky to be a small community. And that means we are really connected and we're filled with friends and neighbors. And if something is bringing joy and connection to the community, I just really want us all to support and protect those ideas and encourage, have a lot of encouragement towards anyone brave enough to go for their ideas. And I am so thankful to be here in San Juan Bautista, and I just want to give my support to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are blessed to have all of you too. Thank you. Yeah. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, nobody clapping something.
I think the council chambers are muted.
I did all of that.
I saw you in speech mode and I didn't want to interrupt, but then I realized it wasn't.
Thank you. I'm sorry, whoever gets to make this motion gets to repeat it. This is on fire codes. Is this going to Chief Bedoya?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
if the
Attorney
chief-
Rathie.
If the chief wants to chime in, that would be perfectly appropriate, but I can speak to this just briefly. This is adoption of the ordinance that was introduced back on March 21st, and it does just what that $3 title there that the mayor just read purports to do, which is adopt the 22 edition of the California Fire Code. Certain changes are made for local climatic, geologic, topographical conditions that are allowed. Findings are made, and the findings are in the ordinance that allow these. And I understand that the chief has spoken to these before, and many of them are in concert with other fire codes that have been adopted by the county and the city of Hollister, I believe. So this would be the last act before the 22 edition of the California Fire Code goes into effect. It also adopts certain appendices of the codes. The code itself, 22 edition of the Fire Code, is actually already in effect. Those codes go into effect 180 days after published by the Building Standards Code Commission. But the appendices do not, nor do the changes, the revisions to the fire code that are set forth in the long, lengthy ordinance you have before you. So if this is approved tonight, those appendices and the changes to the code that were proposed by the chief and the fire department would go into effect 30 days after today. That's basically what I have to say about it.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
The funny thing is, it's already state law, no matter what we do, we have to follow this code anyway, so. Go for it.
Thank you.
So the matter before you tonight is to open a public hearing and take public testimony, and then close the hearing and adopt if that's the council's pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I lost track. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No comments or concerns.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No comment.
Thank you. I have none either. I would like to now open up public comment. Do we have anybody from chambers that wishes to speak on this matter?
Mayor, I didn't receive any speaker cards.
Thank you. Do we have anybody from Zoom land to speak on this matter?
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. I am now closing public comment. May I have a motion to adopt the ordinance and its appendices?
Don't move.
Second.
Sorry. Motion made to adopt the fire codes and the appendices was made by Council Member Friels and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez, Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'd just like to make one closing comment. I'd like to thank Alicia Corpuz, who did a lot of work on this through the Hollister Fire Department. I think she did a really good job, and I really want to appreciate her hard work on it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If you need anything, Alicia is my go-to person. She could actually run this department without me and point everyone in the right direction. She is the go-to person very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing B, adopt an ordinance to amend. Can you hear me, EJ? Adopt an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 110, Code Adoption by reference of Chapter 10-1 Buildings of Title 10 Buildings and Subdivisions of the City of San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to adopt by reference certain of the parts of the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, the California Building Standard Code 2022 edition, including Part 1, the California Administrative Code, Part 2, the California Building Code, Volumes 1 and 2, Part 2.5, the California Electrical Code, Part 3, the California Electrical, Part 2, the Residential Code, Part 3, the California Electrical Code, Part 4, the California Mechanical Code, Part 5, the California Plumbing Code, Part 6, the California Energy Code, Part 8, the California Historical Building Code, Part 10, the California Existing Building Code, Part 11, the California Green Building Standard Code, Cal Green, and Part 12, the California Reference Standard Code, repealing Section 10-1-150. Questions, comments, concerns from, Attorney Rathi, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. This action tonight would adopt all the other building standards codes that the state currently has in place. These are the 22 editions of all these codes. The city would not be adopting any of the appendices. As I mentioned before, in connection with the fire code, these codes are actually really already in place. We would be required to adhere to them now. This just actually makes them part of the municipal code, and in any code enforcement action based on these codes, we would be able to cite to the municipal code that would contain the proper edition, the current edition of all these various codes. Everything but the fire code, which you just adopted in the previous action. So this is very similar to the adoption of the fire code, absent the appendices and absent the any changes that were made due to topographical, climatic, or geological conditions to any of the codes. These codes would be just adopted in their entirety as they are, as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from council? Councilmember Friels,
No questions, thank
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
None, thank you.
Councilmember Sabathia.
I have nothing.
Thank you. I'd like to now open it up to public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Madam Mayor, no speaker cards received.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody on Zoom land?
We have one hand raised.
Hello, this is Bella again.
Hi, Bella.
Just a quick comment. Maybe do we already have enough codes to manage all before we get more? I don't know what these codes mean, but that's just my first thought. Anyway, okay, I'm going back down now.
Thank you very much. Closing comments. May I have a motion to adopt the ordinance as stated?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Second that.
EJ got first. Okay. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, before we completely leave this item and move on, I would like to thank Minerva Arredondo, who's the building inspector for the city, for her work on this ordinance as well. She did a great job, I think, putting the staff report together and getting organized to bring this before you tonight. And As a personal aside, I'd also like to say that I agree with the last public speaker. We do have a lot of codes.
Thank you. Thanks, Minnie. Action items. San Juan Bautista Sanitary Survey, sorry, day job. San Juan Bautista Sanitary Sewer Force Main to Hollister project. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just to frame what's happening today, I did in my slides a little bit reiterate, cover some of those points. What we're proposing tonight is that the council approve for bid solicitations, the force main to sewer, the sewer force main project to Hollister. Our design team has worked hard over the last 18 months and has brought this project forward in a long way. So this is a huge milestone for us, for the city, to finally begin construction, hopefully as soon as June, on the new force main to Hollister. As I mentioned before, we're on the verge of having an approved agreement with Hollister to accept this wastewater. We're also working on easements and other things that we need to have approved. And so far we're in compliance with our funding sources, namely the USDA. And Paul Greenway is here. I believe, Paul, your name is Paul in the site. I haven't promoted you because I wasn't sure that was you. It just says Paul. But the city engineer, Paul Greenway, is here just to go over the project real quick and to answer any questions the community may have. And now I don't even see Paul on the list.
There he is. His hand is raised.
Oh, great. Thank you. Paul, I'm glad you're here. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll just put up, we have just 3 slides to describe the project, not 32 this time.
Thank you, Paul. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and Don. Much appreciated to be here. This is really an exciting event to be at this major milestone for the project. I'm going to share my screen. If I can, let me see if I can share this. It says host disabled participant sharing. I guess somebody has to give me a little bit of authorization for that.
Or I have the slides here, Paul. And
Okay, I've added a few slides.
a couple slides? Okay.
I've added a schedule slide if you'd like. If not, I can just go with what we have. Okay. So.
Hang on one second, Paul. We're gonna make you co-host.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Great. Okay, got it.
Me try to present that as the PowerPoint slide. Hopefully this works. Okay, so
we have you up.
Excellent. All right, well, this is really, as I mentioned, a monumental day here that we are presenting approved plans and specifications for the city San Juan Bautista sanitary sewer force main to Hollister project and authorize issuance of invitation to the bidders. So this project, and let's see, my slide didn't go down. There we go. Oh, let's see. There we go. So just a bit about the history on this. In June of 2019, and this is in the packet as well if anybody wants the details, but in June of 2019, the EPA and the Regional Water Quality Control Board made a site visit to the location of the wastewater treatment plant, and they issued a letter in October which said that the city was polluting waters of the U.S. And in August of 2020, the city and the EPA entered into agreement to resolve this matter. And in October of 2020, the city took action to adopt a regional plan with the city of Hollister's wastewater treatment plant, WWTP here. And in November of 2020, the city conducted and approved a wastewater master plan. And in December of 2020, an RFP was issued for engineering services on that master plan. And hopefully this changes, but let's see, it didn't change. Sorry, there we go. So in February 2021, the city awarded a contract to Stantec Consulting Services for the design. And in April of 2023, we're here. Stantec has now finished the design of these plans and specifications. And if the council approves this, then that would authorize the issuance of an advertisement to the bidders. And then we would hear from the contractors on what this project is going to cost. Now, the project includes a 10-inch sanitary sewer force main that extends from the city of San Juan Bautista. And I have a slide for that. Let's see if I can get that slide to work. So we start here at the city location. It's a little bit difficult to see this because these are engineers and they weren't thinking about slideshows, but essentially we're starting on 3rd Street and we travel here from the city's previous wastewater treatment, current wastewater treatment plant, and it travels along this corridor, Prescott, etc., over to the city of Hollister, following this alignment. So that is our connection through the country, and then we connect here at the end to the city's Hollister's wastewater treatment plant. So with that, we are going to be having a bid opening at the end of May, and then we'll come back to City Council for award of this contract. The estimated cost by the engineer is $14.4 million. He is concerned about the cost of this, as we have seen some inflation taking place since the estimates were done. The true cost will be what the bidders come up with, but we're expecting a competitive bid atmosphere. This cost estimate of $14.4 million does include some improvements for City of Hollister, which would include an alternative for a fiber optic conduit line, a conduit that would provide future fiber optic service. And it also includes some paving on the county of San Benito's road system as an alternative that would be funded for by those agencies, not by the city. That would be funded by them. And so as Don mentioned, there's USDA funding on this project, and we've been working closely with USDA. Shout out to Don who's been a champion of this project all the way through, and bringing it to this major milestone. It has been a lot of work. This is a very complex public works improvement project. There are a lot of different agreements, a lot of pieces going on here. This is a monumental effort, something to be proud of to bring it to this stage. So with that, I'm done with my staff report and turn it back to the council.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councilmember Friel?
Yeah, I have a couple. He mentioned paving. So we're gonna run this thing down the middle of the road. Was that the county's request?
The county requested that. Oh,
go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Through the chair, the county requested that the pipeline be moved into the county roadway. That is correct. And it is essentially down one of the lanes of the road. The county had proposed that they would pave the other lane, but that the obligation of the project would be to pave one of the lanes or 3/4 of the lane that is essentially would need to be fixed as part of this project.
Thank you. Dawn, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but with our current sewer plant, you have a ballpark of how many permits that we pay for just by being in the sewer business?
There's a permit to operate it, and there's operation plans and so forth. But the most significant permit in this case is the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, the NPDES permit, which provides chemical limits for the effluent that is the treated water that's going into the creek right now. So that's the permit that we'll no longer need to have. and will be just a collection system. We will no longer be a treatment system. So the permitting will be a lot less and a lot less onerous on us. So, and we have Downey Brand working with us with the water board and with us to make sure that that happens.
And are they monetarily, are they pretty significant in price, especially the fluent permit?
I'm gonna guess 10,000 a year, something like that. 10 to 15,000 a year.
Okay. And then on that 10-inch, I assume we have to have a couple pumping, will there be, how many pumping stations will there be in line? Do we have an idea on that one?
Paul?
There is a major pump station that's involved with this. It is a force main facility for the that will be pushing this water this distance of over to the city. And that is also a significant cost for the project. But that is, it's just not possible to get there with gravity. So that is part of the design. Unfortunately, the designer was not available to make it here tonight, but we certainly could have him do a sidebar with any technical questions if that is helpful as well.
No, thank you. I don't want to get too much in the weeds. I'm just curious if there will be a series of pumps or one pump is going to be significant, and because there's electrical hookups, all that other stuff along with it. So we're gonna be dealing with our, our PG&E partners.
No, it's just the one pump.
It's one pump.
It's just- yeah, we're repurposing the pump at the current wastewater treatment.
That's it. And the paving, the sooner we get this thing out to bid, the fuel prices are gonna go up real soon, I'm sure. So, pavement is petroleum. So, that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
Thank you. This has been a long time coming. It's been a lot longer than frankly, what the engineer said. It's been a long time coming. I've been working on it since probably 2012 in various ways, not this way in particular, but in various ways. It's really important. It's the most important thing we'll do tonight, probably this year, period. I'm glad you're all here listening and hear about it. To emphasize, not to reiterate what Scott was talking about, the city of Hollister is approximately 45 feet higher than the city of San Juan Bautista. And if you remember, water does not run uphill, so we have to pump it. And in this case, we have to pump the sewer. And so that's why it's called a forced main. One of the things that is also happening is some of the nice people of San Juan Valley will, those of us who travel out there, my wife and I go to a place called Pinnacle Farms and things like that. The roads out there are bad. They're the worst you can possibly dream of. And so at least one road's going to get fixed nice. I mean, and that's just a side benefit. Yeah, we're going to pay for part of it. County's going to pay for part of it, but it'll make the area better. The last thing I'd like to talk about is he talked about the fiber conduit. And I see that one ISP is sitting in the room back there. And I know that she will also want to lay some conduit. I also know that at least 2 other ISPs want to lay some conduit. We need to rent or lease that out, or I'm not quite certain how that's done, but hopefully we can recoup some money by doing that, because we'll save them a lot of money. They're not going to have to dig a ditch. One of the things you can find out is you can't put a lot of stuff next to a sewer line, but one of the things you can put next to a sewer line is a piece of PVC plastic conduit that contains fiber optic cable. It doesn't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. How is the bidding process? How does that work? And then also, is the goal to always go with the lowest bidder? What's the criteria? And once awarded to the person that does win out on the contract, how are they vetted? What kind of background check? And are you also looking at hiring local, meaning in the Tri-County area? And also, I would say being sensitive to maybe protected groups, women, people of color, veterans, all that. City looking at that.
Yeah.
That's not the speaker system crashing on me. Okay, I'm sorry. I heard that noise and it's the firefighter putting pressure. Paul can speak to that. Those are all really good questions. And when you use federal money to build a project, all of those considerations are made. And that's why we've taken this long to go out to bid, because the USDA had to put their federal stamp of approval on it. But Paul, do you want to go into detail on some of council members' questions?
Absolutely. So how does the bidding process work? So essentially, if the council chooses to approve these plans and specs and the notice to bidders, then on Friday, the city will advertise the project. It will be extending this advertisement to what's called the local bidders exchanges. And those exchanges have networks of contractors who bid on these types of projects. We have, as a team, reached out to the local contractors that would be commonly bidding on these types of projects. And this is a fairly large contract. It's a $14 million contract. So the larger contractors in the Tri-County area are the ones that we reached out to specifically. And so they will hear about it through the bidders exchange. And they're also this posting will be on the city's website. And then also the direct communication that we had with some of them to let them know, hey, there's a project coming and be ready for it should city council approve it. The process includes a process which requires a mandatory visit to City Hall at mid-May and to be here to see things. And then the bid opening is scheduled for the end of May. The bid you asked about is the goal for the lowest bidder. The state requirement is that you choose the lowest responsible bidder. And so we'll work with the city attorney to make sure that the documents that are submitted by the bidder are meet those qualifications, and that a recommendation will be evaluated. The bids will be evaluated by the engineer who designed the project. He will prepare what's called a bidder's tabulation summary of all the items. And then the lowest responsible bidder would be selected from that. It's done by state public contract code that I'm sure Bob could talk for a couple hours on, but I think just to keep it simple is that the state requires that a government take the lowest responsible bidder, and that is to avoid the idea that you would purposely choose a friend or something to get awarded the contract. That's not allowed in public contract code. Once they're vetted, once they're awarded, you asked, are they vetted? The package is reviewed by staff and city council, and so that is part of the process before it comes to back to the city council. Right now, we're scheduling that coming back in June. Mid-June would be the action for city council to award the contract. And in terms of hiring and local and the Tri-County area, that process usually vets itself out in terms of the local bidders know the climate. They're the ones who are going to show up at the mandatory bidders conference. So if you live in Colorado, you're probably not going to come to this meeting that's in San Juan Bautista. I'm just saying that, it's more likely to get a Tri-County business who is here that's going to come to the mandatory meeting. In terms of being sensitive to the protected groups, as Don mentioned, this is funded by the USDA, which has a lot of requirements. We do have provisions in the contract which requires the minimum payments for workers in accordance with the state law. And that is called labor compliance. And the State Department of Industrial Relations manages that process. Well, they set the rates that are typically monitored by the construction management team as part of that process to enforce that the workers do get paid the appropriate wages, which are set by the state. And that is, I think that answered most of your questions. If I didn't, then let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Other than just a good job, and I'm looking forward to seeing this get done. Nothing.
Thank you very much. My questions have all been answered by now. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
We have one speaker card, Elise.
Mayor Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Jordan, City Council members, Dawn, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elise Brentnell. I'm a resident here. I live at 13 Donner, and I'm also the Chief Operations Officer of South Valley Internet. And yes, I do know that there are several ISPs that are very interested in putting fiber conduit and fiber into the open trench. As John mentioned earlier, it is very, very expensive, as you are well aware, to open up the ground. And there is a wonderful opportunity here to really expound on the expense and the opportunity that is here to not only benefit the residents of San Juan Bautista, but the entire county now and well into the future. And I do want to state that South Valley Internet, Garlic.com, is very interested in working with the city to put in fiber, not only for our corporation, but for the city as well. And we look forward to speaking with you more in the future about that. So I hope that the council will strongly consider allowing additional ISPs, internet service providers, to put in fiber. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from chambers?
None.
Thank you. Zoom land?
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt an ordinance to approve a resolution approving plans and specifications for the city of San Juan Bautista sanitary sewer force main to Hollister project and authorize the issuance of an invitation to bidders with bid to open on May 26, 2023, 2 p.m.
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Next item, and the imposition of water conservation regulations and restrictions due to severe drought required by municipal code 64-116.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and the public. This matter comes before you in conjunction with similar matters at the county, at the water district, at the city of Hollister, all coming forward and back to their councils this week, or within the next 10 days or so, to announce, as the governor did most recently, that many of our cities that were in a drought condition are no longer in that drought condition. And back a year ago, the city did have to take action to impose severe conservation measures, including watering the lawn 2 days a week after 5 p.m. and such conservation measures, not able to wash your car, things like that, consistent with City Code 6-4-116. At the time, the aquifers had been kind to our wells, but towards the end of the fall last year, well 1 had to be modified, and we were functioning mostly on well 5, which makes us vulnerable. But just an emphasis that the drought did impact our system, and if it had continued, it could have been dire to us. But we got through the drought, and we're grateful for the rain, and we just have to get through the floods now. I did work with Sean Novak, whom we heard from earlier from the Water Resources Board, about whether or not we end the state of emergency or not, and he suggested that we do. So in our city, in our situation, with our aquifers, this measure would end the voluntary 15% water conservation target, and allow the residents to go about their business. But all in the light of we live in California, as Sean mentioned earlier, and we need to be part of this culture of water conservation. So we're removing these severe drought restrictions, but the resolution does not recommend that we stop conserving. That's for sure. We need to continue to do that. So staff is asking that the council adopt the attached resolution rescinding resolution 2022-27 and removing the severe conservation measures imposed therein. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I don't have any questions either, other than I think I'm gonna wash my car tomorrow.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I got nothing.
Thank you. As much as I appreciate having really green grass right now, being in the water business, the drought isn't over. And while we're rescinding this, we are encouraging that the citizens of San Juan Bautista make conservation a way of life. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? No speakers received, no speaker cards received, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Zoom land.
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second? Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Morris Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next item, consider approval of a resolution rescinding the matter of removal or other disposition of parklets. To start off, I apologize for having this so late in the agenda. There wasn't a whole lot of time to make changes. So thank you all for staying. I'm guessing this is what you're here for. City manager.
I would defer this matter to the city attorney and to Brian. We basically started out with the intent of bringing back the resolution 2023-21 that was approved at the March meeting, and then discuss various options. And the mayor, the assistant city manager and city attorney crafted this report, so I'll let them go into the details of it. Bob?
Thank you, Don. On March 21st, the council adopted resolution 2023-21, which required the removal of all the parklets, both those associated with retail establishments as well as establishments selling food and beverage. So right now, the law of the land, I'll say, is that all parklets in the city need to be removed by April 28th. Subsequent to that, the city received a great deal of communication from people, much of it in support of the parklets. And at that time, a member of your council contacted the city manager, and in accordance with a policy the city adopted in 2019, I'm placing a matter on the agenda. Brought this matter before you this evening as an initial comment going forward. If this council wishes to change the decision it made on March 21st, it must of course rescind the vehicle that implements that decision, and that's resolution 2023-21. If that is done, if that action is taken, then the council has a number of different options which are identified in the staff report open. There may be others that are not identified in the staff report. Staff has no recommendation on this. This is a matter for the council. And we would point out that there are some state laws now that were put into place in response to the COVID-19 end of the pandemic that do allow the continuation of outdoor dining and service of beverages in expanded areas of commercial operation for food and beverage. So and provide for parking to be eliminated in that context. So for food and beverage, there are state laws that allow parklets to continue and the activities on the parklets to continue until January 1, 2024. After that, all the state laws, on January 1, 2024, the first law, which applies to making the parking spaces available, sunsets. So after that, at that point, there would no longer be any state authority for continuing the parklets related to food and beverage operations at that point that were put into place. And it's important to remember this, that were put into place in response to the COVID-19 restrictions due to the pandemic. That was the vehicle that permitted all the parklets on the city's right of ways. They were all in context of coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's probably all I could say at this point. I know there's a lot of people who probably have a lot to say.
Thank you. If the council doesn't mind, I'd like to go to public comment first.
I do mind.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, you should speak.
Go ahead.
So that I did try to get this action item number 9 moved to the front load of the meeting, but I was told that the agenda was already made and formalized, but I did try to consider everyone that's here tonight and try to get it at the front end, but it wasn't permissible. So thank you for the turnout.
Councilmember Friels. Comments.
Question for city manager. The last council, weren't we in favor of keeping the food and beverage parklets on 3rd Street until we started the 3rd Street master plan, or until it was finished?
The March 22 resolution reference that did that, but it kept it open for both types. It didn't distinguish one type of commercial activity from another. So that was the original premise moving forward. And since in the past year we've received a lot more concerns from the public about the parklets in general. And so we responded to that, and we started coming back in, say, September, and again, I think in October and December with the same conversation. So we didn't take action until the last council meeting.
No amendments to that. We changed as far as putting a sunset on the same.
Not until the March council meeting. So it was exactly a year later.
Okay. I apologize for not being here in person for the last meeting. I was apparently diagnosed with COVID, even though I'd had it for 3 weeks. and all of a sudden I was diagnosed. So I got a little lost on some of the stuff. It's tough from Zoom land a bit when you're on Zoom land and zooming in instead of all of us being on. I was in favor of the original resolution from the last meeting. And could you, just so I'm not wrong, city manager, can you recap the genesis of that? Was it keep the food and beverage and then eliminate the keep the food and beverage and then eliminate the retail?
Bobby can correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, that was the gist of the recommendation. That was the recommendation published in the agenda.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. In full transparency and honesty, I was either the bad guy or the good guy, depending on which side of this issue you're on, who asked to bring this back. So I now am understanding that as of, is it January 31st, 2024? January 1st. January 1st, the parklets are basically, they have to go for state law. Is that correct? Or
If, yes, if the parklets were in place as a result or as a response to the COVID-19, yes.
so our parklets were put up in response to COVID-19. So we need to establish that as a fact. And I think we can all agree that that is a fact, and the parklets are up because of COVID-19. And like Scott, I was originally in favor of the original thing where the restaurants would stay and the small number of retail parklets that we have would go sooner. And I don't consider that discriminatory, and I know that might be controversial, but I don't. The parklets were put up so that dining establishments could have 6 foot of breathing space so that the COVID virus could not be transmitted as easily as before. And that's how I understand it. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't think I am. And so anyway, I think that that's, I'm willing to listen to any and all, but let me, my emails from the city, I get one email over the weekend for the past 5 or 6 years. And then this last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, I got 24 emails on a weekend. And I've always assumed that for every person that emails me with a concern, there's probably at least 10 others. So I just picked the number 10 out of the air. I meant that's kind of a subjective valuation by me, but I always assume there's 10 more people who kind of believe in the same thing. So we got 24 emails basically saying, oh, we don't like this idea, let's do it again. So I brought it back and let's have a discussion. That's all I really have to say for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I'm going to defer speaking at this moment. If you would call on maybe Councilmember Sabathia, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
All right, I will apologize again for sounding robotic if I do. I find it best and easiest to leave my emotions out of things when I write things down. So first I'm going to read my statement that I wrote and read before we voted last. And that statement is that, in my opinion, it is not fair or consistent to draw distinctions with respect to parklets of different types of businesses. The previous council voted to revisit parklets with the 3rd Street Master Plan. And if we were going to change that decision, it should be all encompassing. In my mind, making it a fair decision for all businesses. And expanding upon that, I don't have strong feelings either way about parklets staying or going. but I have a strong opinion about treating all of our local businesses as equal in this, food and beverage or otherwise. And I've heard many people who are relying on what the state is saying now, on previous issues, saying they don't give a crap about what the state says or what Sacramento says. So let's remember that. Next, history is ripe with examples of creative ways to draw distinctions with colorful language, vague language, and drawing this distinction between types of businesses. To me, there's no two ways about it. It's discriminatory in a negative way. And so as we're thinking about this and as we're talking about this, these are the thoughts that'll be swirling around my mind when I'm trying to, make a decision, influence decisions, and talk about it. And then the last part is meetings to discuss this issue or these issues have been carried out in the most divisive and disingenuous manners that I can imagine. Members of the community and the council have been a part of that. And we speak about community and unity, and their actions and these words they don't match. That's all.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, I do. Like I said, thank you for coming out. My stance is not going to change. I agree, being a healthcare provider, our communities responded to the COVID-19 virus by allowing the decks or the parklets. They were never intended to be permanent. They were never intended to be here for an indefinite amount of time until the Master Street Park plan was produced. At this point, we didn't have a drawing or a plan or an idea. I feel that the other 98% or 95%, if you want to take a rough guesstimate of the percentage of businesses, and I'm not anti-business, I am pro-business. The business owners on 3rd Street in comparison to the rest of the community members that live on all the other streets, roughly say, mid 90s to maybe 5% of you on Main Street. And some of the business owners, and it's their prerogative, do not live in our town. We have given up real estate our community has for a long period of time, and now we're out of COVID. I want you to look around, look at your neighbors right now, look at us up here. Who's wearing a mask? Okay, so the COVID argument for me as a healthcare provider is no longer valid. And the fact that we have other community members that have given up for Main Street, their parking, and there are other letters that I received, and not even letters, just people approaching me, talking to me, that said, we've given the business people all of this for free. We've supported them. We want to support them. But you have to think about the other people that live here. 3rd Street being a one-way street and being congested with parklets scattered here and there has taken up valuable parking. It has created traffic going onto other residents' streets. I got a letter today that spoke to that, and hopefully it'll be read. So there's other impacts. It's not, we can't just focus on 3rd Street and not think of our other community members and neighbors. Yes, we all want to support the businesses, all of them, retail, restaurants, salons, breweries. It's what we're all about. But I feel like this decision and this topic has been so divisive and created a lot of animosity. I'm a person of principle, but I'm also a person that looks at facts. And like I said, none of us are wearing a mask. So to intimidate or intimate that this is continued because of healthcare scares, I got letters with that. Well, we know that people should be vaccinated, have been vaccinated. And often I did this kind of sort of independent kind of just thought, okay, I'm going to cruise around town now because people want these parklets. People are supporting these parklets. Let me go through town and see what's going on with the parklets. I have to honestly admit, I was very disappointed. I didn't see very many people on the parklets. I saw some parklets with storages used as storage. People on the parklets eating or drinking. or congregating. I know there's a few parklets that have been community. But so for me, I don't really accept the argument at this point. I'm hoping that we treat all businesses alike, and the proposal and the process to fine tune a resolution does happen in real time. So for my fellow council members, Friels and Freeman, to say that the original brought up and they like that, but the process is to go through what we did. And, we can pull together as a community and help each other. We could think of other ways where we can have an outdoor dining experience. We could think of other ways how we can support all of you here in this room. And that is what I want. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your patience. Apologies for not getting this on the agenda closer so that you didn't all have to join us until 10 o'clock at night. There have been some really good statements this evening. And a lot of emotion going on in the community lately. Councilmember Sabathia spoke of equal treatment, and that was the original intent of having parklets out there so that everybody had access to every business equally during COVID. Although we limited where they were because of lack of parking, everybody had an opportunity in the beginning to have a parklet come out. There are a couple of items that have been overlooked in recent months, or almost from the beginning with the parklets. One is a 90-day encroachment permit. The city has allowed parklets to come out onto parking spaces, taking up valuable parking spaces for downtown merchants. Some of the parklets have not been used since day one, voiding the 90-day, voiding an encroachment permit. One is currently not used, another is used as a storage facility. The intent of parklets was to bring your existing business out. When it came to retail, it was to have that business come out, enjoy the fresh air, bring it back in at night. When it came to hospitality, it allowed businesses to be open, where hospitality was totally closed down in the beginning. We have had several iterations of this ordinance, extending it again until we decided on a 3rd Street master plan. Governor Newsom declared the end of COVID as a state of emergency, not as an epidemic or a pandemic, or an illness or something that you can catch within mere moments of hanging out with somebody. When the final iteration of this came out last month, it was the intent of the ordinance to no longer have retail come out and to have hospitality be able to stay out. I am all for that. I still believe that the parklets that are not being used correctly, the 90-day encroachment permit and bringing the existing business out. There are 2 parklets that have new business on them. And that was not the intent of the original ordinance. With that, I'd like to open it up to all of you all. Again, thank you very much. Take it away, City Clerk.
So we have 6 speaker cards and we have 8 written public comments that were submitted via email. So if you wish to make a public comment, please step up to the podium and you have 3 minutes.
Sorry, hang on one second. Are you calling?
No, they're just gonna come up and you want me to call them?
I would like you to call them, please. There's a lot of people. I'd like some order to it. First and second, and then as the first one leaves, bring the next person up, please.
I'm with Doña Esther's Restaurant. My name is Javier Galacha. First, I'd like to thank the merchants and the customers for supporting Doña Esther's, especially during this last outcome when the Middle League wrote an article on the support of 2 businesses, Doña Esther's and Anaka, to keep their parklets open. So I really appreciate their support on doing that. I know we've heard a lot of comments going back and forth, and one of the things is we invested a lot of money in these parklets, not just the parklet themselves, but to keep the business going and keep our employees going. After being in business for 41 years, we try to do that. We could easily close up and be done with it and had a margarita in our backyard and be done with that. That was my recommendation to my wife, but she wanted to keep it going. So this is where we're at today. The other thing is, we want to preserve the San Juan historical look. But if you look down during the week, it's like a ghost town. We got to figure out how we're going to bring more businesses in and how we're going to make it easier for new businesses to come in and do business. That's what we should be thinking about. We should be thinking about why we can do something, not why can't do something. And that's the problem that's going on. I hear all this going back and forth, and you guys have had them for 3 years. You think we made any money because of parkers for 3 years? There's no usage. And now the way you guys did it, it's all of a sudden we have a meeting and it says, okay, eliminate the parking just when the summertime's coming. The worst time to do it. Hell, if you would have said during the winter time, November, December, I probably wouldn't even be here. But the reality is you went about it the wrong way and unprofessional. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Amy Covington.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, neighbor. My name is Amy Covington. I live at 1106 3rd Street, and I'm just here in support for the parklets. My husband and I go out to dinner multiple times a week. We go to Naco, we go to Doña's, and we just love the parklets. And I would love to see them continue. I love the feel that the town has with the parklets. It just feels inviting. Before we had 2-lane street and it was like people driving really fast through town, even though there's low speed limit signs everywhere. And it's just nice the way that it is now. And I just wish that everyone here was here to help each other make the best San Juan Bautista. The best San Juan Bautista for the residents and for the businesses. And we all just need to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fran Fitzharris.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Fran Burry 25. I've been part of this whole parklet discussion for years now from the beginning. And Burry 25 was the first to build a parklet. This is about 8 parklets. It's not about discrimination. It's not about anything other than 8 parklets. And for me, having Doña Esther's next to our parklet, there are people that are waiting to be seated. They'll come in and enjoy a beer and they'll sit out there. I appreciate that. And we need to keep the food and beverage businesses going. They're the ones that bring the money. They're the ones that bring the people here. you know, for my business right now, I'm operating on a credit card. And trying to keep things going and trying to stay positive about our city and how things are being handled. And it's been very, very difficult. And so I think about if you guys take away the food and beverage parklets, that's going to be devastating to a lot of those businesses. Food and beverage has such a huge overhead. We have to use more employees. We have to go through tons of licensing, training from the ABC food service, the health department. You know, there's a lot that we have to take on. And it's not something that's one time, it's reoccurring quarterly. You know, I'll call taxes, retail taxes, CRV taxes. I mean, the list goes on and on. And so that's why I'm here to say, like, this is very, very difficult trying to stay here and keep my business here. I have to make a decision this year whether or not this is the best place for me to have a tasting room. And I love San Juan Bautista. I've been a volunteer here for 6 years, and I've helped bring events here, a film festival here. I mean, I care about this place. So I don't want to turn this into a thing about discrimination. This is 8 parklets. We need to start peeling back the layers. Yes, it wasn't something that we were supposed to have forever, but let's start peeling back the layers. First, it's retail, and then we're going to talk about food and beverage. It's simple, just like that. We're going to start peeling the layers. We shouldn't make it more than what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina Acevedo.
Hi, welcome. Can you please speak into,
Yes,
thank you.
yes. I have to wake up. Sorry. I came here for a different reason, but I'm glad I'm here, and I guess there's a reason for everything. Thank you for your time, and thanks for allowing me to speak. I live in Aromas, but I come here and we dine. Our family comes and dines. We love the parklets. We love visiting all the restaurants and retail here. I feel like there needs to be some growth. I heard a lot through this whole meeting, and there's $250,000 allocated to Abbey Field, the Little League baseball field. And I feel like instead of adding more housing, maybe you guys need to add a parking garage so we can invite visitors and millennials and the new generation to come and visit a historic town and allow our businesses, our small businesses to encourage and be able to accommodate all the other people that are coming to visit with festivals that you guys have in town. There's so many great things that happen here. And I mean, there's so many other things that we can do. And just because the state doesn't endorse or doesn't, what did you say? Because they are, their authority doesn't stand to encourage outdoor parklets doesn't mean that it has to end. I mean, that I think adds the charm, the character, allows the businesses to decorate and be festive. Even retail stores can bring their stuff out and whatever, but I think we have to look at it differently instead of trying to shut everything down and hurt our small businesses. We need to look at the growth opportunity that you guys are that can be made here. It's a beautiful place and a beautiful place to live. So
Thank you very much.
Monica Ramirez.
Hi, I'm Monica from 18th Barrel.
Welcome.
I'm here to support parklets for our food and beverage. It is very important. I know I agree with Fran that food and beverage has to jump through a lot of hurdles just to have your business open with health permits and licensing for responsible beverage use and for food manager, and then even just handling anything. We go through a lot of red tape. So it's the parklets were, I understand, designed in the beginning for COVID, And I understand COVID is over, even though Scott just had COVID. But people do enjoy the outside fresh air and it makes them feel safer. Even though you don't see us with masks on, a lot of customers still come in with masks and they prefer the outside. So I love the great vibe that it gives San Juan Bautista, the slow traffic of one-way streets. I love when my customers interact with Inaka's customers. It just creates a great feeling. We go to Doña's all the time. We're always, we just love the whole feel of it all. So that's what my opinion is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Patricia Baines.
Hi, welcome. And if you could please speak closer to the microphone so Zoom can hear you.
As you are aware, I have been fighting for the parklets for over 2 years. Let me clarify, I have been fighting for everyone's parklets, not just my own. I'm also aware that my words are probably falling on deaf ears. I have heard so much rhetoric about the parklets, usually from people who own no business or people who are completely unaware regarding a process that we parklet owners went through to be able to be approved for it. However, I was on the ground floor of the plan. I was a retail business in the beginning, and I am still a retail business. While going through the process, I was never told that I could not have a parklet because I was a retail business. As I have previously stated, there was a Democratic vote in September in favor of maintaining the parklets until the commencement of the streetscape construction. I had no idea that a vote from the city council is not really a trustworthy act of democracy, but an act of camouflage hypocrisy. It blatantly shows that the majority does not rule in this process. With that being said, I would like to just say that my parklet that many families here have taken advantage of. In fact, my Easter event of giving away free Easter baskets to the community children and having crafts, my Easter, my Christmas, my holiday events are just a part of how I give to the community. And the statement that it's not discriminatory in itself shows bias and ignorance of the personality of discrimination. If you have never been discriminated against, you're blessed. But I have, and I know the beast. We have not been exempted from the economic downturn or any other numerous factors that negatively impact the business community. I do know that people would eat and drink even if they don't shop. I do, and so therefore the hospitality sector has a better chance of having consistent customers than the retail sector. So I'm just asking, we're not here to make trouble. We're here to make a positive difference. And all we desire is to be treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dante Baines.
Welcome.
I'm Dante Baines, that's my wife. I support her. You say we don't discriminate. I can tell just by the claps in here from the people that don't care about the retail or for the hospitality. No support for the retail, just for the hospitality. That's discrimination to me, okay? How many council people came to ask the retail people, how does this impact you? How does this affect you? None, maybe one. The rest of you, nobody stopped by this to see how this impacted my wife's store, my niece's store. But there's no discrimination. No. Well, one thing is kind of confusing to me, and that is why we had a few weeks ago, all of a sudden, everybody's parklet goes. Then the cliques get together in the different corners and start talking about, well, you can't do this. The people need to eat. People need to have food. We don't need the retail people. This lady over here says, we can roll back the retail and then maybe later roll back the, why would she say roll back the retail? You know, we paid over $6,000 to put the park. Pardon me? Yeah, the layers. We classified the layers as retail. Why are we?
Please address the council. John, I've got this. Please, sorry, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem. Please address the council.
And tell them not to talk. When I'm
Please
talking.
address the council.
I'm talking to you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. We know that you are partial, council, mayor, you're involved with the people, with the committee that stole our name. You know, so, you know, we're aware of that. That's not gonna continue. We need a new mayor in the city, and that's gonna happen. We need better and more understanding council in this city, and that's gonna happen eventually. So I am just totally upset with the way you guys treat my wife in the retail community. It's not right.
Thank you very much.
Liana Brothers.
Leanna Brothers, I live at 7 Awani here in San Juan Bautista. I manage the front end of Inaka Japanese restaurant. I just want to say that I deal with 90% of the phone calls that come in, so 10% of the days I'm off. I field calls often that request still outdoor dining. We have customers who don't come in because we've had the parklet closed due to weather. We get many requests for at least 10 to 12 a day to sit outside. We, just like Javier spoke, we're going into our season 4 outdoors. This weekend was our first weekend that we did open the parklet. On Friday, we were able to host a wonderful beer wine stroll for a 49th birthday. On Saturday, we opened the parklet completely for full service, and it was full. On Sunday, I can't speak because I wasn't working, so I'm unaware, but it is utilized. It was sitting there due to wet weather, and people cannot dine when the wind is gusting down 3rd Street. Going forward, we intend to open that parklet every day that Inaka is open. It is wanted by our customers, and we plan to open it for them.
Thank you.
Andrew Freeman.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. My name is Andrew Freeman. I'm new to California from Alabama. I am also a new business owner as well, in support of all the businesses, retail and restaurants. A couple of minutes ago, I heard someone holler, "Oh, Jesus Christ." One thing about me, not to bring God into it, but I am a believer of the Most High God. One thing about him, I know he's not a God of impartiality and injustice. That being said, I'm just here to say I support all businesses. I don't feel like certain businesses should be pushed aside or, you know, whatever the case may be. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
Elena Walton.
I welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm deeply saddened today, because we are a small community and we connect with all the businesses. We love the restaurants. We eat at pretty much all of them. And I rely on the restaurants to be open because I get business at night. So that's grateful for me. So I'm here because I want justice for all businesses. I don't want the inequality or unfair treatment of it. So I have this to say. For Dr. Martin Luther King, the struggle for racial justice went hand in hand with the struggle for an economic justice. It was driven by his belief that everyone had the right to earn fair and dignified living. It didn't distinguish between whether or not you were retail, whether you were a service industry, it didn't matter. It's about fairness between all businesses. And there's a disconnect, as we can see here tonight, with the different business impartialities that has occurred, and it saddens my heart. I'm saddened. Mr. Baines was right. I don't see anyone that actually came out to the stores, whether they came out to the retail businesses or to the hospitality businesses, to say, how does this affect you? How does this affect your bottom line? We're all affected by it. We all have to go through the same process in order to obtain them. We spent a lot of money to get them. And yes, the weather has been unpredictable this year and hasn't allowed for that use. I had to relocate one of my stores and condense it to a smaller location, which was a major problem for me, but I was able to weather the storm. We're all going through something. It says that, so let's reflect on the inception of the parklets application process. It wasn't defined for one group or business. And your decision adversely affects all parklet owners, not just one, not just resident, not just retail, not just hospitality. All parklet owners are affected because it impairs their business. And you're not even considering it. You're making a decision and you're just thinking about it, but you're not being practical. It's not reasonable to think this is not you changing your shoes or picking a shirt to wear that day. We pay our bills this way. We pay our mortgages this way. We pay our staff this way. We pay everything that has to be paid comes out of our business. And you're not thinking about that. You're sitting behind that table and you're making a decision based upon the people that are sitting in this room that have to pay their bills every single month. And you're infringing upon that ability to do that, our right to have a business. And you are being arrogant about it, and I don't appreciate that either. Yes, the streetscapes are changing. We made a decision to do the streetscape or keep the parklets until the streetscapes, and then you came back and you tried to change that. I hope that you know that every single one of us submitted the same application.
Ms. Walton, your time is up.
Will do.
Thank you.
I
very
hope
much.
you have a moment to think about the things that were said here tonight.
Next speaker, please.
Zoe DeGori.
Hi, I'm Zoe Diggory. I live at 3 Donner Street and I'm part of that Inaka family.
Welcome.
Thank you. There was a lot of talk tonight about supporting the business community. And I think that one of the ways that the council and city staff can do that is by carrying out thoughtful discussions and preparing balanced plans for 3rd Street. There is no need to make rash decisions about parklets that affect multiple businesses, but really a handful of businesses that you could communicate with pretty directly and pretty easily, or hold a series of forums to talk about the pros and cons of parklets for all the different types of businesses. There's no hurry, right? Nobody's right. The fire department can still get through 3rd Street. That's kind of that's what matters. We can have conversation with the people who are upset about not having parking. You can have conversations with the people who are relying on the parklets for business. And then you can make a balanced decision and you can have a thoughtful plan that nobody is going to be happy with, right? Or maybe some people are happy with it. It will come with compromises. That plan might include getting rid of all parklets. It might include keeping all the parklets. It might include revising parklets. It might include having fees for parklets. There's all sorts of things that could come out of a balanced plan. But the business community deserves to have a conversation with you and with staff about it before you make decisions and then change those decisions at a certain meeting without it being made public. And I hope that that plan, when you're considering it, looks at all the different ways that parklets can benefit and Third Street in general can benefit this community. It kind of makes me sick to think that local businesses are going to suffer because we need parking spaces. I think we can do a better job of finding strategic places for people to park. And no, it doesn't have to be about COVID anymore, right? We can make a plan for the city that makes it beautiful, that makes it a good place to do business, that makes it a great place to visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So we have 8 public comments that were submitted via email, but
We have one more in the back. Thank you and welcome.
Hi, thank you. I didn't plan to speak, but my name's Selena Kennedy and I'm at 1103 3rd Street, San Juan Bautista here, 3rd Street. Regarding the 8 parklets, we're talking about 8 parklets, but what about the new businesses that are coming in? What if the bakery wants to bring business out? What if the new meals vendors wants to bring their business out? What if Trini Martin wants to bring his business, his retail business out? Where does it end? Where does it end? We can bring the whole town out. We could build little, lean-tos and that could be called a parklet. We have no regulations or what's going on. If we want to bring it out and there's code enforcement, what's the going rate for a square foot of property? Are they willing to pay that to the city? In view of the parking, or we'll have to get the other roads fixed or prepared for extra parking. I'm just wanted you to think of other businesses that may want to come out. And it's not just about 8 parklets.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so real quick.
Sorry. Name.
Elias Salinas. It is public information and Doña Esther's person spoke out and they said that, it cost them a lot of money, but the fact that Doña Esther's did receive between $150,000 to $350,000 for PPP money. So there's that. The other businesses I looked up, other than Jardines, actually Jardines got up to almost $1 million. So anyway, people did lose money on this. Some people were able to retrieve some money. Now, the state came up with the parklets idea to approving it for outdoor dining. Now, there's an option here for the people that are here and for you. Either you come up with an ordinance that allows for outdoor dining plus retail, or the option is that the public goes out and gets 20% of the signatures of the registered voters for the city of San Juan Bautista, and they put it on a measure for the next election year, and the citizens will vote whether or not they want parklets for outdoor eating and for retail. So you can have the option to do it and work together with them, or they can do it. Even if they have a measure, they're still going to have to come. They're going to have to get permits. It's going to get expensive. So there's got to be a compromise here somewhere. The parklets were never part of the G plan, the general plan. This is a new concept that came in. You should take a look at Livermore. The city of Livermore has an ordinance for outdoor dining and for retail. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know what? I really don't like the fact that I cannot see the time, and the public should be able to. Can you stop the clock so you can tell me how much time I have? And I should be able to see how much time I have. Where is this?
Bennett.
Okay. It's a little frustrating to do that. Okay, so I said about the options and the fact that so these, not only that these companies that have the outdoor, the companies within, whether they're retail or whether they also had an opportunity to get funds from the county, because the counties were also offering small business grants that did not have to get paid for it. So they did lose money. They didn't get money as much as that, but there are options, as I said earlier. Either you all work out with an ordinance and have some public input, or the public goes out and gets a measure. They sign up and they get a measure on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Debbie Hernandez.
Hi, welcome.
Debbie Hernandez from Sweet Pea Antiques. And I don't like really speaking, and I don't like how all this is going. And I'm really saddened by our town. I've been here 19 years and I've never seen anything like this happen and divide a town. But I just wanted to say my piece, I guess. I know the parklets were just meant for COVID to help us all, and which it did. And which I know it's still helping a lot of people. For me, myself, it doesn't really impact me to have my parklet anymore. It doesn't really benefit me that much. Most people come and sit in my parklet and take pictures of themselves in my little gate with my red couch and my flowers growing, and that's fine. I love that. But if my parklet needs to come down, that is okay with me, because like I said, it doesn't really bring me any more income than my store does. I do like to decorate it for some of the street fairs and such like that, but that's only a few times a year. But I do believe that food and beverage people should be able to keep their parklets, just because I myself enjoy outdoor eating and dining. And I think a lot of people still like to do that because some are still afraid of COVID. And I think they bring a lot of business to our town. When people are waiting to go into Anaka's, which is closer to my store, they'll come and walk through my store while they're waiting to eat. So that could bring me business. So to see that leave saddens me. I would hope we could, in the future, have outdoor dining always. But that's just how I feel, and I just had to speak my stuff. That's it. Bye.
Thank you. Any more comments from chambers?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
So we-
You're going to read.
I prefer to go to Zoom and then read afterwards.
Perfect.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Luke and I live at 111 3rd Street. Parklets were originally a temporary response to COVID-19, and they were not meant to be a long-term solution. But now that they're here and COVID is over, what's the public benefit of the parklets remaining here? Public property should be used for the public and not purely for the benefit of private businesses. Now, I see most people using the food and beverage parklets and getting a lot of enjoyment out of that. Inaka's and Doña Esther's are the big ones that I see get the most community use and enjoyment, but there are others in town that also do. There are some parklets that appear to have very little public value. I rarely see public usage of the retail parklets that legitimizes them remaining in place. My fiance, who owns a retail store on 3rd Street, never had a parklet, and her sales actually have been growing during COVID, and she's been very successful. So I don't see a lot of merit to the argument that retail parklets staying in place is necessary for a retail store to thrive in this town. My vote would be to remove the retail parklets and only permit the restaurant and beverage parklets that are actually getting use and being enjoyed by the public. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Nikolai Altenberg,
Yes.
11 Monterey Street.
Hi, welcome.
Keep this really short. I'm in favor of either keeping all the parklets or keeping the food and beverage parklets. It doesn't matter very much to me. I do think that the plan for 3rd Street and the lowered traffic down 3rd Street has been a net benefit to this town. I do understand that there's frustration from other residents on 4th Street and 2nd Street to some extent from increased traffic there. But it does make, for many people I know in town, being able to walk down 3rd Street and have the reduced traffic done there makes a major difference. And I believe we could come up with creative solutions to increase parking that wouldn't require removing the parklets, and that possibly could turn that entire street into a pedestrian boulevard in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Covington, you have 3 minutes.
All right. First, I'd like to say thank you to Jackie. I appreciate your comments about trying to adjust this agenda. This is out of control. I was there for just over an hour. I left work early to get there and had to leave to finish up work from home. Fortunately, you have Zoom, so there's that. Anyway, thanks, Jackie. I definitely believe this is divisive. Shame on us for putting this together in a way that is causing us to point at each other instead of pointing at the system and saying, hey, let's get this in place. Let's put some rules around it and let's make this work. This is ridiculous from that standpoint. I definitely, hear the word discrimination going around, and all you got to do is look up the definition. This is discriminatory. You're discriminating between 2 different types of businesses. I certainly acknowledge and have heard people from the retail side of this say that they acknowledge that there's probably is more use of these parklets from these other service industries, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. This isn't rocket science as far as I'm concerned. These should be left in place, and you should start thinking about doing some work to put some rules in place around that. I'd love to see this evolve in a way, when I look at like Morgan Hill, how they've developed their downtown area where they have this indoor sort of experience as you walk through town. It's awesome. And it is beyond just the parklets, but parklets are a great step towards getting there. I love using them with my family and my out-of-town guests and appreciate them and hope that we get to keep them. That's it.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. I guess there.
Hi, please state your name.
Tammy Castañeda Huaracha.
Hi, Tammy,
And
welcome.
I am checking in as Doña Stairs Restaurant in San Juan Bautista, California. And as a longtime member of, or should I not say member, but resident of San Juan Bautista, California. And of course, like a lot of those people who have been longtime members of San Juan Bautista, California, we also have our families buried up on that hill. So now I'm starting and I've got my 3 minutes. So I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that EJ seems to think that this is a discriminatory issue. This is not a discriminatory issue. This is an issue that has everything to do with the fact that the state of California put out this wonderful piece of what am I looking for? What's the word that I'm looking for? Maybe perhaps the state of California put out this proclamation or whatever for the all the little small businesses, all the businesses, especially hospitality and those of us who have you know, beer and wine. We're looking at trying to create something where there is no longer those people available to us. So that EJ wants to go ahead and say that this is a little bit of a discrimination. No, EJ, this is not a discrimination. If you went on and looked at exactly what the state of California brought this proclamation in, they brought it in because it was about hospitality and beverage. That's all it was about. This has nothing to do about discrimination. Please, everybody, get off of this discrimination thing. I'm so tired of it. I'm a Hispanic American. I have been here in the United States for over, well, now I'm 59 years old, folks. So guess what? My grandmother's been here for even longer than that. She is now buried up on the hill. So stop it with this discrimination thing. I'm tired of it. Let's let it rest. Let's let it go. Let's freaking go on to the issue that is at hand. And that is this whole thing about these parklets was all intended for hospitality and the beverage industry, period, the end. And
Ms. Tabe, your
unfortunately,
time is
those
up.
people.
Your time is up. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you didn't get to hear everything I had to say, but that's okay.
Do we have anybody else?
Mhm.
Ms. Sanchez, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Liz.
Well, hello, everyone. This topic is very near and dear to my heart. As you know, I was there at the beginning of this and was all for our businesses, which I still am. I agree with Debbie. It's a very sad time to see that we're divided where we should be together. I've heard a lot of good comments and good thoughts. I really believe that this is probably the worst time to think about not having the parklets in place as we're coming into, our summer season. I really wish the council would consider at least extending that, through summer. And maybe revisit it. There's a lot of good information out there. I know Brian had talked about a good, Main Street plan. I think that initial idea of waiting until we can put the Main Street, leaving them out until the Main Street plan was in place. I think I'm leaning towards that. I think would probably the best way to go. But I get it. It's good for us to, think about about moving forward and think about our landscape. But I do believe that the timing right now is terrible for this. And I really wish, I hate to see all of our people, all of our community, divided. I feel like we need to get together and keep moving forward and try to do the best for all of our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments on Zoom?
Yes, we have 2 more, or 1 more. Teresa.
Hi, Teresa, welcome.
Hello. I hope I'm not going to be unpopular with this suggestion. I'm part of the ED CAC group that came up with some of the plans for the parklets. I don't see that it's probably the best thing to do for the council to end this like within a month or so. But I agree with Liz that maybe stretch it out a little bit. Maybe at the end of the summer where people are able to make a little money, utilize their parklets, and then we've got to end this sooner or later. And I think that was my concern when we were voting on this, is that if you don't have an end date and you leave it to a point where the city's gonna start construction on Main Street, that may never happen. I grew up in San Juan. I know how things happen. They may not, we have big ideas and sometimes they don't happen. And so if we could do an end date after the summer where people are able, the businesses are able to make a little bit more money, and then be able to plan taking down those parklets. But for them to take down the parklets in a couple of weeks, it just doesn't feel right. And I want it to be fair. I want it to be fair for both residential or resident. Oh, I'm talking my real estate now. Sorry, for retail and the restaurants. So, like I said, it's probably not a popular thing for me to say, but I really think we just need to give our businesses just a little bit of time, but not too much time, so that they can plan and they know there's an end date and not this this point of when is the city going to do Main Street, which, like I said, it may not happen. So that's my words. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Do we have any other comments from Zoom?
We have 2 more comments.
Luke already spoke, unless that's Bella.
Yes, this is she.
Hey, Bella, welcome.
I live downtown San Juan Bautista. And I just want to say I noticed which parklets are popping, and no offense, but which ones are dropping. And I just think let's keep the ones that are popping with lots of energy. And good luck to everyone. Love you all.
Thank you.
Margot Tinkersley, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Margot, welcome.
Hi, Margot Tinkersley. I own Margot's Ice Cream Parlor. A lot of good ideas, a lot of great statements from people. Just want to say we have had several end dates these past 3 years, and I do not think we should wait for the master plan at all. It's just a lot to think of. But one thing is for the city council, for all of you to make a decision and stick with it. I have been here almost 27 years. I've seen a lot and coming and goings, and a lot of things have happened. I just feel that you need to make a decision. You made the decision last month, April 28th. Several of us were not happy about it, but you made the decision. I do not want you guys to close 3rd Street when the parklets are gone. But retail, it wasn't meant for retail in the beginning. It was meant for the food and beverage, the parklets. Then the retail, city allowed the retail to come in. Okay, there was temporary. So we got to think temporary. There's no discrimination here. I'm sick and tired of hearing that as well. All of us need to see what each of the businesses have. You know, I took my employees out on what I called a field trip, and I took them to every business in town to show them what we had to offer. I wonder who in town has done that, even business owners or even any of the city council members. See what we have in town. We can acknowledge when customers come in. I send them to stores, what they're looking for. Maybe they're looking for records, maybe antiques, maybe some soaps and whatever, crafts. But maybe that's what's going to get our town booming, is what we really know what we have in town. And we work together in that respect. The parklets, that won't do it. And the city council, you guys just need to make a decision and then we go with it.
Ms. Tinkersley, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanda. Hi, Vanda, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I really didn't want to speak. I spoke Tuesday at planning and everybody has made so many wonderful comments tonight. I have to say, I think I most agree with the comments that Mayor Jordan made earlier. Personally speaking, the governor's orders when COVID started were that hospitality or food and beverage were going to shut down. Retail would have had limitations, but they weren't at the risk of closing. So I think the city made a mistake in allowing parklets for retail, but we've done it. We're there. We can't go back. At this point, because we are right in the spring and summer, I think we should let the businesses remain till the end of summer. I agree. We don't wait for a master plan because who knows when that's going to come up. I appreciate that the businesses have been able to sustain themselves. And I hope that they realize that they have had free use of the city streets. That it has been a temporary thing from the very beginning. And I am just very disappointed at how divisive this is and how in this little small town, how we can't get along. I mean, and look at the world. I mean, we have to make an effort to get along because even though this particular issue will end, there will be other issues that come up. Anyway, I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Tammy, I'm sorry, you have already had your 3 minutes. Sorry, you can't. Thank you. Thanks for the offer. Okay, I'll do the timer. Can you please state the name? Do you have the timer there? I do.
Hi, Dawn and Brian. I know that both have been bombarded with emails from those who are now fighting for the parklets. Here is one more. The first argument for the parklets was that they were built due to the pandemic to help businesses survive. This seemed to help the businesses and customers enjoy them. The city and other Residents of the city wanted to take them down because of several reasons. The pandemic is over. They are taking up parking spots, rental spaces for incoming events. They are hiding the historic dilapidated, building of San Juan. Residents want the two-way streets. Bad idea and untrue. Survey is needed. When Mr. and Mrs. Baines, Elena and I were fighting for the parklets, we were fighting for all parklets, not just one in front of the stores. We asked the others with parklets to fight with us, but they thought they were safe due to a person telling them they were. But how is this true if the above reasons being argued and related to all the parklets, not just the retail parklets? Are they now using that, saying that Mrs. B's parking spot and buildings are more important than the others? I am for all or nothing side of things. If one has to go, then all of them must go at this point. It pains me to say this, but it's true. Also, if the restaurant parklets are okay to stay, how does that mean? What does that mean? My store and Gigi's Cafe, which are restaurants, can build parklets? The parklets matter should have just been left alone with a first decision of leaving them until the streetscape is happening. I do not know if discrimination is involved. There will be a battle. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Christina Hastings, Bliss Smoothies.
Thank you.
And dear city electives, this letter is concerning the parklets on Third Street in San Juan Bautista. I have lived in San Juan Bautista for 12 years. Since the epidemic, I have gotten COVID once. I have a health condition. When I'm out, I always wear a mask. COVID is still alive and killing people. I don't know anyone. I don't know everyone's health issues. I feel very uncomfortable when entering a building or a place where I have to eat without my mask. And there's a lot of people without masks. I would love to have the option of eating outside where the air is not contaminated. The parklets allow adequate space for comfortable eating and shopping. So please allow the parklets to remain. Thank you for your attention in this matter, Rebecca Matthews. I found it very
Sorry. Go ahead.
I found it very unsettling that Mrs. B's parklets was asked to be removed. During COVID, the parklets were installed and helped beautify the city of San Juan Bautista. Now that COVID is over, I have watched Mrs. B use her parklets to help give the community a little hope, which no other business has done by having events for Easter, Christmas, and other holidays as well, without asking for any funding from the community. When visiting the community website, a picture of Mrs. B's parklet is used, which means the parklets were good enough to use for advertising, but not good enough to keep. I really hope that this decision is not being made because she and other owners of the parklets who is being asked to remove the parklets is a minority. If one parklet goes, then to be fair, our parklets should be removed. This is a fair decision. In closing, I would like to add that the parklets are a great addition to the city of San Juan Bautista, and I pray that the right decision will be made concerning Mrs. B's place. Sincerely, Sandy Johnson.
Thank you.
Dear community leaders, I am a member of the San Juan Bautista community, an artist and concerned citizen. Throughout COVID, it was so comforting to enjoy the parklets as both safe spaces to shop, eat, and interact with others. I understand that there are plans to remove some of the parklets now that the pandemic has been declared over. I think that like many parklets in other cities such as Pacific Grove and Monterey, they have remained because municipal leaders have found that they were important as unique opportunities for creative socializing and dynamic aspects of everyday community life. In this context, I hope you will consider keeping all the parklets in place rather than selecting only those that serve food. I am sending this note to you since I am quite familiar with my sister-in-law's business, Mrs. B's Place, which provides not only an area for rest and shopping, but a place for community creative activities. She is the only merchant who supports children's arts events and holiday arts and crafts in her parklet. It is part of the excitement of San Juan Bautista community. Please reconsider leaving her parklet and making a fair and equitable treatment for those who contribute so much to the colorful and creative life of our community. Respectfully, Dr. Amalia Mesa Baines.
Thank you.
Ready?
Mhm.
San Juan Bautista City Council members, the letter is to voice my support for restaurants and businesses in San Juan Bautista to us be able to keep their parklets in place permanently. The transformation of Third Street in San Juan Bautista that was approved by city council members in May of 2020 was done to mitigate the state guidelines for the pandemic. However, it was also done in the spirit of community and to help restaurants and retail shop recover from the effects of the shelter in place. Installation of the parklets has enabled the community of San Juan Bautista to remain a destination when visiting the Monterey Peninsula. With experience working at city and county level, I work with the public on a regular basis, and their concerns about the pandemic and COVID-19 exposures have not simply disappeared as state guidelines have changed. People are still concerned with whether masks are required, if there is adequate space to safely shop, and if there are outdoor dining options. Yes, the pandemic is over, but the concern for a at-risk population, for those who are just being cautious, are still very much an impact of shoppers and diners planning to visit the historic town of San Juan Bautista. Allowing the parklets to remain will help ensure that restaurants and retail businesses are able to accommodate those inquiries and requests of their repeat clientele and future visitors. When visiting the city's website, I came across the San Juan Bautista's Business Association page. On the main page, it reads, San Juan Bautista is a unique village alive with early California history and home of one of the most authentic, picturesque, and pristine missions along the California Mission Trail. A deep commitment to preservation has endowed the city with historic authenticity, including a nationally registered historic district, a main street lined with buildings and straight out of the old West and original adobe dating back to 2 centuries. By embracing multicultural performing arts and artists, festivals and streets, there's the community celebrates entertainment year round. Surrounded on all sides by untouched hillsides, organic fields, and natural habitat. The call to nature and the rustic outdoors complement every experience. After reading this, I revisited the photos before and after the parklets were installed. The parklets embody the visual depicted in the narrative above. I have included 3 photos below. The first photo is before the transformation of Third Street. The second is Vinaka's parklet, and the third is Mrs. B's parklet. I would.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Continue.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I need a name for that. Thank you very much. A name for that one?
Oh, Delaney.
Thank you.
Ready? Go. Dr. Mary Baines, to the honorable council members, community progress and constituent support. Does San Juan Bautista represent inclusive socioeconomic progress for diverse populations? Does San Juan Bautista represent all of its individual community members regardless of race, creed, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, age, gender, academic educational status, economic standing, health status, or political party associations? When businesses in San Juan Bautista strive and often struggle to survive or even remain an economic presence in San Juan Bautista, they are often met with various opposing challenges. These challenges continue to pose a detrimental threat to the survival of the businesses. It is more than a coincidence that the majority of businesses who are asked to remove their parklets are owned by persons of color. How did the city council members arrived at their decision to order the dismantling of these parklets? On what basis? Is San Juan Bautista sensitive to financial burden dismantling the parklets would impose? Does the council understand residual health adverse impact opportunities that ignorance creates? Is council sensitive to the existing health issues COVID-19 has roused to this community? Although caution, precautions, impeding ignorance about significant health hazards that shopping in close contact currently continues to exist, this existence of said health hazards go ignored by those wrongfully just subscribing to the notion that ignorant is bliss. On the contrary, ignorance of health impacts can be deadly. To quote one San Juan Bautista councilperson, I'm supporting the removal of the parklets at the request of my constituents. For what legitimate reason? We do not wish to continue with the limitations of the Jim Crow era. Who would support creating an economic burden to be placed on this town's business, surely to please their constituents, misguided, discriminative, anti-progressive, anti-inclusive, anti-diversifying whim? What economic, social, cultural, or aesthetic detriments are caused by the existing parklets in San Juan Bautista? We will allow Jim Crow era behavior to dominate this town? I suggest not. The answer to the parking issue has been well resolved prior to the construction of the parklets. The mandate to remove the parklets may be directed by the inability to accept persons of color progressing and contributing to this success of the community. How is that several neighboring cities in this county, as well as neighboring counties, have elected to maintain their parklets?
Time's up.
Respectfully, Ms. Mary Banks.
Ready?
Dear Mayor Jordan and City Council members, as a multi-generational member of the San Juan Bautista community with civic participation and volunteerism by both sides of my family for over 100 years, I respectfully ask that the City Council to consider my 2 cents. The parklets were an emergency measure and served their purpose. They were never intended to be permanent. You made a decision at the last meeting to remove all parklets by April 28th, and in my opinion, you should stand by it. I understand that many folks are still uncomfortable dining indoors and al fresco dining. It is a very enjoyable experience, especially on the bright and warm summer evenings. But your final decision was to adopt an amended resolution to include removal of our parklets, and that was your decision. Downtown business owners must somehow learn to work together to restore and enhance the historic district and attract a wider variety of tourists and consequent new business. Frankly, I find the current behavior of many in the downtown business community to be an embarrassment, especially considering the conditions of our world today. Historically, we have always had differences. We're a human, but in the end, things were resolved and we moved forward. It is time to do that. Moving forward, we must strive to find a solution to offer outdoor dining to all restaurants in the city wherever possible. We must move to a more functional and attractive downtown by removing all the clutter that is negatively impacting both the beauty and function of our very historic city. Our unique, well-preserved downtown, our mission, and the state historic parks are primarily reasons that we attract visitors. Although we have many other unique cultural distinctions and events, we must learn to work together for the benefit of the historic nature of the city, which San Juan deserves to be the best version of itself for both residents and visitors. Our future is our past. Viva San Juan Bautista, the tiny city that could. Stephanie Correa.
Thank you.
One more.
Hold on. Hang on. Go.
Dear San Juan Bautista council members, I am a long resident of San Juan Bautista, and I am writing with regards to the parklets on 3rd Street. First, I commend the council for initially approving the parklets. It was a wonderful way to support our local businesses during the difficult pandemic and allowing them to keep their businesses safely open. It has been over 2 years, and it's time for them to be removed. I was happy to learn that they would be removed this April. It is my understanding you are reconsidering your decisions. Please do not. It is time to give San Juan Bautista their streets back. They have become an eyesore, and trinkets and wine socks and unnecessary items on our streets. Most restaurants and drinking establishments have private outdoor space. We have lost parking, which we desperately need. Downtown parking is so limited, and these parklets and barrels take up a numerous amount of these spaces. I have struggled and seen others trying to squeeze into the limited parking in downtown. I have also seen motorcycles backing up against the barrels for parking. Two-way streets also need to be returned to the 3rd Street. The one-way third has increased traffic on 4th Street, and it is how drivers can get across town. It is becoming unsafe when the junior giants are playing at the ball field. There are cars parked everywhere and children trying to cross the street. It is just unsafe. Returning the two-way traffic on 3rd will help alleviate the problem. When the businesses were open, they were allowed the luxury of additional business spaces on our city streets. The streets belong to the city and its residents, not individual businesses. As a resident, I work very hard to support and patronize our local businesses. I commend you for doing the same, but it's time to return to our town as its historic, charming village, and not the outdoor flea market it has become. Thank you for your consideration, Sandra Juarez.
Thank you. I see, and I apologize for this. I was just thinking it was Tammy from Donya's. I don't know that it is or not. Can we please bring whomever is on Donya's up? And if it is Tammy, please remove her from the screen. And then Ryan, and then oh, I didn't know if that was a hand for the fire marshal or not. Bring in Donya's first to see if it's Tammy. If it's Tammy, we're gonna have to put her back over to that side. Hi, who's speaking for Donya's?
Tammy!
Thank you, Tammy. Have a nice night. Bring Ryan in, please. Hi, Ryan, welcome.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I've been a resident of San Juan Bautista for 20 years now. And I believe that these parklets are not really an eyesore and not really taking up that much space within 3rd Street. I think that if diagonal parking spots were put into place, that would be sufficient amount of parking downtown. And then I also believe that there is not that much traffic running through San Juan. There is at times not enough to change it back to a two-way road. I commute through there millions times, and it's just not that busy enough for reconsideration of the two-way road. Another thing that I would say is that I'm in favor of the hospitality parklets. They do bring a sort of life to 3rd Street, especially when there's a business towards the end of downtown and you can't really see it unless you go down there. Specifically Inaka, they have their fish flying, and 18th Barrel has their lights and their parklet outside, and it kind of attracts to the end of downtown and all of that. So I just think that the hospitality parklets are good addition to the town and that they should not be taken down. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comments from the council, Councilmember Friels.
I have a question on the options identified under number 2. It speaks about ABC type 42 and type 47. On January 1st, 2024, will those types of uses, will they expire? I don't remember seeing this in the last month's packet, so that's what I'm asking.
No, it wasn't in the last month's packet. The uses, of course, would continue. Those are permits issued by the ABC for the restaurant businesses that also serve alcohol. So those uses would continue, but the state has put a limit on using those licenses in expanded areas that are under the licensee's control. And what gives the licensee the control in the expanded area of the parklets that the city has granted the encroachment permit is the encroachment permit. So the uses on the city's property would end at a certain point, which is in the after. But it wouldn't affect the licenses to the businesses.
Okay, when will they end? When is the? Is it going to be January 1st?
Well, the ABC allows
So is the state of California telling Anaka that they can no longer serve after January 1st, that they will no longer be able to transport alcohol from the restaurant to a parklet?
No, what the state is saying, there's 3 different code sections here. And the one with the earliest termination date has to do with the use of the parking space. Okay, that's 3, Government Code 65907, operative to January 1, 2024. So that allows the city to grant to the business owners use of the city parking spaces in response to the COVID emergency.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the first date. The second date is January 24, 2024, which has to do with food serving operations, and that's number 1. The second code section, business and profession codes 25750.5, runs for 365 days after the governor terminates the COVID emergency, which he did on February 28th. So that would extend all the way to February 28th. But towards the very beginning of 2024, all 3 of these regulations sunset. Does that make it clear? Any clearer?
Yeah, I think just about as much as the clarity coming from Sacramento. So if this was just going to end on January 1st, why didn't we just let it run until January 1st?
This just came out, right, Bob? Or we're just hearing about this at this meeting.
But this has been something we should have known about last meeting. Was it available?
The ordinance has been in place for a while. Yes.
So I would have had to do the work to find the ordinance. I want to say something positive about what's going on downtown. I love the slower pace. I love it. It takes me back to being a kid in this town where you could, walk down Main Street and, not get worried about hit by a car. You ride your bike in the middle of the road, and I like the slower pace. It just seems to me like we could have just let this thing, if it was going to go away anyway, why don't we just let it run out? Here it is. This is the date, January 1st. It shuts down. That's what I would be in favor of. Whenever the sunset ends, it all ends. That way everybody's fair across the board, and that way everybody knows it's coming. Not like tomorrow you need your parklets shut down.
I would be remiss not to point out that all three of those statutes apply only to food and beverage businesses.
Well, then we would do it all across the board as fair for everybody. That would be my, if I'd have known, but it was. Okay. This has become so frustrating. It just, I don't even want to be here. That's how frustrating it is. I would be in favor of running this thing out till the end of the year. Everybody. And then that way everybody knows it's going to end. Unless, of course, something happens to the contrary in Sacramento. Then we go back again and again. And I've been seeing this since the inception, you know, right? We all have, the three of us, and it's like we get kicked down the road. And I'm just as tired of it as all of you. So I would be in favor of something like that. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. Quite a few things have come up. Thank you for all coming out and expressing your opinion. I really appreciate it. When things get tough, I tend to revert to a numerical system. I was in business for a long time and numbers counted. And you guys didn't make it very easy. Okay, so I kept track. I took notes. And so I'm going to call it food and bar. There are a total of 13 people either here or written comments that all they want is food and bar. There are a total of 14 who want everything. And there's a total of 5 who want nothing or completely no to parklets. So that's awful close, except for the complete no's. They're kind of down on the totem pole. But the numbers are close. One of the things I really appreciate is the very first speaker of one of the owners of Donia's talked about it being a ghost town. And so one of the things that's obvious we need to do is stimulate business in the town. One of the things I've noticed is that there's a business in town called Waltz Creative, and it used to be called Shipper Design. And one of the things they do is they get out and they walk around at lunchtime and they buy lunches from most or many of the restaurants. Frankly, we need 5 or 6 more businesses just like that. And maybe not exactly like that, but you know, businesses of 10 to 20, 30 people close to town, doesn't have to be within the city limits, but close to town where they come in and spend their money in the town and make our town stronger. Yes, and you guys more profitable. That's what we need to stimulate that business. That doesn't mean stimulate more housing. That doesn't mean we turn this into Gilroy and 30,000 people or anything like that. This means we keep it San Juan small, but we keep attracting some more small businesses that help us survive and thrive. After saying all that, I basically agree with Scott. I think we should let fun until January 1st of 2024 or whatever the official date is. I presume it's January 1st of 2024. And that's what I'd be in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I'll speak this time. So anyway, I just want to go to the basics, okay? I think you pretty much know what I was pretty articulate about it and pretty wordy. So I'm going to just go at it from this point of view so that you all are aware of what's going on here in this room. My colleague to the left of me, Councilman Freeman, voted in favor of all the parklets and the wine barrels being taken down in a live meeting where the process is to make amendments to resolutions that are presented. Everything was done without violation of the Brown Act. It was legal. It's the way city council runs its meetings. We don't always end up with what the initial resolution was proposed on the meeting, on the agenda, excuse me. But we get to an end point. And the end point, if you all recall, was to take all the parklets down and all the wine barrels and return our public street back to its residents. But that is not without being said that we would put our heads together as a community and a city council and staff to come up with a more productive way to enjoy outdoor shopping or dining. It doesn't have to be in the inclusion of a 12-by-8 redwood deck or parklet, whatever you want to call it. And my feelings on that also, I'll say this, means this may not be popular, but I'm here just to repeat facts and observations. Some of the businesses that had the parklets or decks, which I found rather curious, was they already have outdoor dining venues. So for me, I didn't understand why some of them had to go out and put either a gated little plastic wrought iron or actually have a very valuable patio space behind their spot or the side of their spot and still persisted to take up public parking. That I didn't understand and I didn't promote. But back to I digress, I'm kind of going off, but what I want you all to know here is that, like I said, the gentleman to the left voted with me and Council Member EJ with that. I feel like this, you need to know the process of it, okay? We came to that, it was a really uncomfortable, awkward, but we needed an endpoint for these parklets. They were never going to be permanent. That was very obvious. We did not, I was a planning commissioner. This got kicked to us several times. In good faith and goodwill, we extended them over and over for probably 6 months times 4, which was 2 years. We didn't say take retail down. We just said keep them all up. And then we pushed this up to the city council. I was not part of that council. They went ahead and they, renewed the request. And we did that over and over in good faith and goodwill to help all of you. Okay. The process tonight, I feel, has been violated. I don't know, has been watered down. And it makes this council look very weak and easily manipulated. There's a couple factions up here and my council member EJ spoke to that. I don't know if you heard that, but it wasn't a hard decision for us to make. And we had to peel the Band-Aid off. But my hopes is that we would see something better than parklets for the future for everybody. And the process tonight, yes, we have a resolution on our books. So how to put something on the agenda, but we don't even have a formally adopted code of regulations like a Robert's Rule of Order or Rosenberg's or anything that's adopted. So what we do is we sort of go along and as we can, if it fits to our mood or our situation, we pass things and then tonight we bring things back. So what does that tell our citizens, our residents, our community, that we sit up here and as one speaker said, Ms. Correa, you made that decision and now you're going to come back and you're going to put the Band-Aid back on. We have people strife saying that there's discrimination. This was not an easy thing for me. I live here, I grew up here, and I want nothing more to see downtown be more vibrant. And I feel there's a lot of reasons why it's not, and I don't blame the parklets being there or not there that is creating business issues. There's a lot more that's going on there, and I don't want to get into it right now, but I think there's better plans for how we can enjoy the outdoors, and I will stick to my decision. And I also want you to know that this process is not a fair one. So down the road, there might be another resolution and maybe you all sitting in this room will love it, but maybe one of us will bring it back and say, hey, we don't want that. Let's bring it back up here and let's undo it, because that's what your future is going to be like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Yes, sorry. I was retyping and typing, as you will all come to know that I do. Sorry, it's nearly 1 a.m. for me right now. I've been in Texas for a week, so I'm on that time. So I apologize for not having a concise statement. So I'll read. I won't vote in favor of any resolution that discriminates between businesses with respect to parklets or anything else. I absolutely love the ideals that everyone speaks about when they talk about San Juan. That's why I moved here. That's why I spend so much time getting involved. That's why I care so much. I just want all those same things for everyone. I'm not on any particular side of anything. My feelings don't agree 100% with anyone else. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, but compromise is what makes ultimate decisions great. It happens a lot in my profession with engineering. Nobody's idea is the final idea. It's a little bit of everybody's, the brainstorming. That's why they call it that. It's bringing everybody, a little piece of everybody's idea together. My ask, and I would ask that my fellow council members and our mayor commit themselves in action and in speech to unifying the rifts that currently run deep in our community. We have to stop pretending that it isn't happening. That just makes it worse. And I would love for one of you to craft an amendment, craft a resolution that unifies our businesses, our community on this issue. And I would love to vote yes to that.
Thank you. Way back when we approved in a lengthy process, as this has been for every time we meet about parklets. We approved all parklets to come out, all businesses to have the opportunity to both thrive and survive in San Juan Bautista. It was an amazing thing that happened. Everybody had their own little bit of flair. We met on a weekly basis to ensure there was going to be a San Juan today. The rules around the parklets have changed. It shows that this community has shown that they are important to the community, that I have used every single parklet. I have shopped at every single store. I have eaten in every single restaurant. This what has come out of this is sad. My hope is that at the end of all of this, that the San Juan Bautista Business Association, that the SJB Business Association, that the EDCAC and the San Benito County Chamber come together and figure out, help us to live without them. We are going to have to live without them at some point. I am not in favor of getting rid of all of the parklets. I am not in favor of keeping all of the parklets. Hospitality and retail were both afforded this opportunity. What discouraged me the most was that we have parklets in San Juan that are not being utilized, that are taking up parking spaces that have not been utilized since day one. There is one that is now currently being used as a storage unit. That's not the intent of these parklets. The intent of the parklets was also not to bring a new business out, but to bring the current existing business out. Mrs. B's parklets have been amazing to bring Christmas and Easter. We had Christmas and Easter before that parklet came out, though. Mrs. B has done amazing things with the children of this community, with in a different location. My biggest, and maybe I have not said this as eloquently as I could in the last 3 meetings, but there are parklets who have not been following the regulations since day one. And that's the issue that I have with them. I am all for having retail out. I am all for having hospitality out. I am not for having a parklet for the sake of having a parklet. We have three resolutions before us now. And a sunset clause. Oddly enough, the sunset clause is only for retail, not or for hospitality, not for retail. Our three resolutions before us are: 1, to remove all parklets; 1, to keep all parklets; and another to keep retail, to keep hospitality with an endpoint of January 1st, 2024.
Fourth one is to take other actions.
And the 4th is to take other actions as appropriate.
If I could just speak to the option that you gave to remove all parklets is the option that you took on March 21st. So you just leave that in place, you're not doing it. There is, as the staff report reports, there is, I'll say, your comment, there is no sunset on retail. There is a sunset on retail for retail parklets that were put in under the COVID emergency, because the COVID emergency is over both statewide and in the city. So that terminated the retail parklets ability under the emergency declarations. If retail parklets were to be continued, then it would have to be continued under the other auspices of the municipal code. And one of those issues would be, I believe the municipal code requires, and Brian may be able to speak to this better than I, that all businesses be conducted indoors unless there's a temporary use permit for outdoor business to be conducted. So that might be some option.
Can you repeat that, please?
Businesses, unless there's a use permit, businesses need to be conducted indoors. I think Brian can give you the site to the municipal code on that. In order to conduct a business outdoors, you need a temporary use permit. So that would be something to consider. Also, the council has provided direction to the manager not to issue any new encroachment permits.
Correct.
So I guess the policy clarification would be that would not apply if the council in fact decides to continue the retail parklets. It would have to be a process for them to continue.
Thank you. You had a question or a comment? What?
So the COVID emergency is over, so that means the use for retail, exterior retail is also over. Unless, of course, there's a use permit and they have to jump
And
through
the
those.
staff recommendation last month was to continue I believe the staff recommendation was to continue the hospitality, food and beverage, dining parklets and terminate the retail parklets.
Yeah. So in order for retail now, if we rescind this, in order for them to continue, they have to come to the city and get a temporary use permit. Does that mean they have to go through the planning commission and then back to us to do it temporary?
I'm not sure. We issue temporary use permits all the time without doing that for things like Christmas tree lots and pumpkin patches and And out in the more rural areas where the historic nature of the city is not as consistent. But on Third Street, it may trigger that because of its historical.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe Brian could speak to the code section regarding conducting businesses indoors. Brian, do you have that code section handy?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
It's a portion of the zoning ordinance in that additional development standards that apply in commercial and industrial districts. And it's 11-04030. And it's a common thread through many of the discussions that we're having this evening about how commercial uses should be conducted. And the provision is that in that section, item B says, all uses shall be conducted entirely within an enclosed building, with the exception of outdoor dining as an accessory to a restaurant use and outdoor sales display of merchandise in conjunction with antique shops, flower shops, art galleries, and similar specialty and craft businesses, subject to provisions. And then those provisions are outdoor sales may be allowed on a public sidewalk, provided that a minimum of 4 feet from the street curb is maintained clear. No additional signs are allowed. Outdoor sales display of merchandise shall only occur during times when the establishment is also open for business, and only merchandise normally available at the associated business may be displayed outdoors. And so you can see here that the exception is pretty specific regarding what's allowed, in that particular section of the code. So that's 11-4030. And it applies to businesses in commercial and industrial districts. So in enforcing this portion of the code, we have always distinguished between general merchandise stores and those sort of specialty stores referenced in the ordinance, or similar specialty stores. We have had conversations with businesses downtown that wanted to have outdoor sales on sidewalks and reference those specialty requirements for retail sales in those conversations, and ended up, requiring that there be compliance accordingly, and most businesses have complied, of course. So that reference to outdoor dining is also in that portion of the zoning ordinance matrix that establishes outdoor dining as a conditional use on the same site as the restaurant that's affiliated with that outdoor dining. And of course, we have stretched that a little bit in how we've issued use permits here in San Juan Bautista before my tenure, at least, to include food trucks, although those aren't specifically referenced in the ordinance. So, as long as there's an affiliation that's pretty clear, there's some sort of agreement, that use permit has been issued by the Planning Commission a couple of times to allow outdoor dining in those circumstances. My understanding of this particular portion of the code is that it's relatively limited, it has to be explicit in the way that these businesses are conducted.
Thank you. So that speaks to what I stated earlier about 3 or 4 retail parklets that are not conducting business according to 11-4030.
Yeah, we also have a provision, as Don was mentioning, in the code that allows for the issuance of a temporary use of land permit. It's not really the same as a, encroachment permit. It applies to an actual use of, private property. And it's limited for 6 months.
Thank you, Brian. So 4 options. 1, to keep what we had voted on last week. Was it that long ago? Last month. Which was the removal of all parklets. And 3 others, or 4 others. 1, to keep all parklets. 1, another one to keep hospitality and eliminate retail, and a 4th, if somebody wants to come up with a whole new idea, have at it.
I will.
Well, wait a second, I'd like to speak also here. So,
We're gonna go in order.
okay, Scott goes, Scott.
Scott,
And me. Good. I'm happy.
Okay, the governor listed the COVID emergency on February 1st. Is it February 1st? Something like that. Yeah. 28th February. So that means the retail parklets should have been informed that they need to come to the city hall and apply for a conditional or a temporary use permit after that happened. Is that correct? Just please answer my question. It's 5 after 11. I'm here for free. Please. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
So, I'm not gonna apologize for occasionally changing my mind when different facts come up. Also, person to the right of me says she likes to follow the will of the people. Well, I did the math. I told you the math, 13, 14, and 5. 5 is no, everyone goes now. That's 15% of the public, okay, that I measured. So I'm gonna go with the 85%. I'm sorry. Numbers don't lie in this respect. So, one of the things I really liked was, and Zoe left, but she talked about, we don't really have a real good plan and we need to think this out some more. But I would still rather just do it and have an end date. We gotta have an end date sometime. And I'd rather do it on an end date of January 1st. Go along with Scott. Go along with the state government. We include retail. If we have to pass an ordinance, we pass an ordinance. If we, that includes retail. We ask the retail people or people who are not using their parklets to, if they're gonna abandon them, they can abandon them early. And I don't know, we'll give them brownie points or something. We need to be inclusive here and keep San Juan nice and beautiful like it is. I actually prefer the slow speed through town. Before the parklets came, everybody complaints about speeding. And when we heard it Friday, we heard it, and Saturday, we heard it nonstop. Everybody speaks, everybody speaks. Well, nobody speeds down Third Street anymore. You know, yeah, I go 10 miles an hour and I'm breaking the speed limit by 5 miles an hour, but that's not very fast. It's not fast. You know, it's just not fast. So I suggest we craft an ordinance going along with Scott's great idea of everything ends January 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
I defer to Councilmember Sabathia.
Councilmember Sabathia.
So if things are inclusive, like I said before, if we're doing something that's meant to, you know, not divide the town, be less divisive, but even a vote here isn't far enough. There's so many more issues we need to talk about. I'm in favor of that. I think I said everything I had to say. And that's all.
Thank you. Once again, I'm gonna reiterate what I have said before. I am all for parklets. I'm all for one way. I like the idea of angle parking. We need to put our parking master plan in effect. I hadn't said that before. I gotta tell you, I'm truly disappointed in the parklets that haven't been following the letter of the law, and we need a motion.
I didn't get to comment, Mayor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were deferring.
I was
My
just letting
apologies,
you know.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Okay, I think in lieu of what we have been sitting here, and to me, there's a lot of information that we needed to weigh out at our last meeting. I agree with Councilmember Friels. I was not aware of the new state mandates that are talking about the end date for retail, the end date for hospitality. And honestly, in all fairness, I'm about the process and how rules are followed. Yes, I believe everyone has a right to change their mind, but on this one, there is some tweaking of things that we don't have on the books that would help us run a more straight ship. And one of them right now is how we got to this point. We got our packet probably Saturday afternoon, which is not customary because we were in 2 days meetings with strategic planning. So we got this information late, and now we're sitting here with this other information that was not provided to us. I feel right now I'm gonna even go against what I said earlier. I think we should revisit this in 60 days. Give everybody a free pass, keep the parklets up, even the people that have patio space, go for it.
May I have a motion, please?
Yes, I move that we extend the parklets to the existing parklets and no new parklets to January 1st, 2024. That's all parklets, but not new parklets.
Bob, what,
In order to do that, you would have to also rescind your previous direction.
right,
That would be the first step. If you're gonna do something else, you gotta change what you already did.
there's ordinances in here. Which one does that,
The resolution.
which resolution? My
Resolution
apologies.
2023-21 was adopted on March 21st.
We have 3 in front of us with that option, which is the
No.
one,
No, not correct. Yeah, option 1 is to leave 2023-21 in place. That terminates all parklets by April 28th. That you've already done that. So if you're going to do something else, then you have to undo that. That would be the first step. That would be the first step. Correct.
what you say.
Right.
Can we just continue on that? And then I'd like to, what John said, I'd like to amend what you said. Could you say it one more time, Joe?
That's, sorry. I apologize for the interruption here. One of these resolutions says to rescind 2023-21. Part 2 of that is the city manager is hereby ordered to continue the restriction of prohibiting new parklets. That's one of the things that you stated, correct? Thank you. The other part 3 of this particular resolution is the use of existing parklets associated with food serving and other premises licensed by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control are permitted to continue in operation subject to section 4 below and shall be annually inspected by the fire marshal and building inspector to ensure protection of the public health and safety. Part 4 of this is all parklets associated with food serving and other premises licensed by California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control shall cease operation, and the encroachment permit or same shall terminate and be revoked on January 1st, 2024. And the owner or operator of the establishment shall effect the removal of the parklet on or before January 1st, 2024. That's one of the resolutions. Oh, there's another section. All parklets associated with retail establishments shall cease operation, and the encroachment permit or the same shall terminate and be revoked immediately, and the owner or operator of the retail establishment shall effect the removal of a parklet on or before April 28th, 2023. That's one resolution that we have before us.
Which, if you wanted to follow Councilmember Freeman's idea of keeping all the parklets, you would change the language on in number 5 to not terminate retail parklets immediately, but terminate them.
There's
on-
another draft. And that's what I asked before. Which one of these is specific to what Councilmember Freeman asked? Another resolution before us on this same topic is that the resolution 2023-21 continue the restriction prohibiting new or replacement parklets, terminating the current encroachment permit authorized for all parklets, affecting the removal of all parklets and the traffic control devices installed for protection of parklets on 3rd Street by April 28th, 2023 is hereby rescinded and no longer valid or any effect. Number 2 of that is the city manager is hereby ordered to continue the restriction prohibiting new or replacement parklets and to return a proposal for the disposition of existing parklets in accordance with the direction given by the council. This one rescinds last month's and prohibits new parklets from growing up. From going up. Then we have another resolution before us.
We could go through these forever, or we can just
No,
take
there's
one.
only 3, and
We could-
that's what I'm trying to get to. Which one is the one that we are actually choosing?
We don't have to choose one of those. We can choose a new
I
one.
understand. They all talk about the rescinding resolution
Mayor,
2020.
Mayor, there's only 2 operative resolutions before you. The 3rd resolution is resolution 2023-21, which you adopted
Others
last month.
talk about the rescinding of them.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
That's correct. The other 2 adopt option in the staff report. The first resolution would essentially affect option 2. The second resolution would affect option 3. There is no need for a resolution to affect option 1 because that's doing nothing. And option 4, yeah, but there's only 2 resolutions, alternate resolutions before you. The other one is resolution 2023-21.
Correct. So. Council member. My apologies. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, restate your. With the rescinding of 2023-21. If that's the way that you want to go.
I hereby move that we rescind the previous, whatever the number is, and thank you. And I hereby move that we extend the parklets, the existing parklets, to January 1st, 2024, with no new parklets allowed.
Hang on. Yes, you can rescind 2023-21, extend existing to 1/1/24, no new. Amended.
Remove the traffic calming devices and return the street to two-way street. Yep. Is that okay with you, John, if I add that?
But you can amend whatever you.
After January 1, sorry.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to keep all of this in. After. 1/1/24, I have to repeat.
No,
this,
that's
so
not
thank
okay
you.
with me. I would like to prefer to keep the wine barrels out there with the little succulents and keeping the speed down.
Okay, then I'll rescind that then.
Okay.
I realize that.
Right, that's not a topic of discussion. Council member Friels unamended his amendment. Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the council is to rescind resolution 2023-21, extending the existing parklets, all parklets until January 1st, 2024. And not allowing any new or replacement parklets. Do I have any other amendments?
With the knowledge, that sounds like the retail folks are going to have to apply for that temporary use.
It's just, well, it's, well,
Is that the municipal code?
yes, I would suggest that you direct staff to process the retail parklets in a manner consistent with the municipal code. And would council want to not impose a charge for that? I mean, if there was any charge. And the other thing you might want to consider, resolution 2023-21 does provide for compensation to the parklet owners for removal of the parklets. If you rescind it, you might want to consider putting that, either putting it back in or not.
And that's what I was getting at with the, I didn't want the retail to get any type of charge since the other folks weren't being charged. That's just my thing. So, and then what was the last part you said? The
last part I mentioned was if 2023-21 did have a provision in there that retail or all parklet people for removing their parklets would be compensated $5 a square foot, not to exceed $800.
Are you good with adding that language, Tom? Because that was the original intent.
I have a
Yep, hang on 1 second.
question.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, so are we going to, with the extension, is there also language that will they be paying something, a fee to keep the parklets up?
Language in there.
No.
So it's
It
been
can-
moved.
Is
Right,
that
and there
the
can be an
intention
amendment.
of that? I mean, we're talking about gonna charge them to take them down. Now we're giving them almost a whole year.
No, we're going to charge them where we're going to give them money. we were gonna help them financially to take them down.
They've had 2 years, 2.5 years.
You can amend this.
A small fee. I
Or
mean, you're talking about charging retail.
do you want to make an amendment to this?
I'm just having a discussion because like I said, this was all new information. We got it late. We're here late. We're discussing this. This affects not just Third Street, like I said in my spiel. It affects a lot of people that live here that aren't business owners. Yes, it is ridiculous that we're here this late.
They
Whoever
don't-
said that, I'm sorry. but
We're
they're
here.
Frustrated, we're here.
I get it.
Yes.
It's
it
us
is.
five now
That's
having this
right.
conversation.
We're having this conversation because we do not follow process. And I want the public to understand that. We
Define
don't
that. How
even,
do you, how do you?
we don't
how do you
have
define it?
adopted regulations and policies.
Point of order,
Okay,
we
we
have an
don't.
amendment before us. A resolution before us. It can be amended if you so choose. If not, the motion before us is to rescind 2023-21. Extend existing parklets to January 1st, 2024, no new parklets. Have staff come back with a process for retail to be consistent with the municipal code. And at the end of their life, January 1st, 2024, all parklet owners will be compensated $800, not to exceed $800 at $5 a square foot. Thank you very much.
I think the one clarification I have is the process to continue the retail parklets in accordance with the muni code would be without charge
Without charge.
to the retail.
And I will
Can I
second-
ask a question?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
This amendment basically and effectively, in all of our understanding, is treating the retail parklets as equivalent to the food and beverage parklets. Sorry, I can't talk right now.
Correct.
Are you good with that? Okay,
I'll go ahead and second that motion.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Do I have to say the whole resolution now? You have it? You got it? Mayor Pro Tem Freeman made a resolution. It was seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I please have a vote? Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Again, I want to thank you all for participating. Apologies for keeping you until 11:23. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just thanking everybody who's been here on parklets for the last 3 hours discussing this.
So we move on to D for Vanguard High.
As soon as I get my papers in order, I'll continue the meeting. Determine specific times and places consistent with municipal codes. Are y'all ready for me? We good? Determine specific times and places consistent with municipal codes 51161 and 516-100 and authorize nonprofit organization Anzar High School Booster Club to sell Safe and Sane. City manager.
The city clerk's, deputy city clerk's report that comes annually. And
I can't hear him at all.
this is actually the deputy city clerk's report that comes annually and allows the permitting process to begin for the sale of fireworks to one nonprofit in the windmill parking lot, consistent with our city codes. We amended them and reviewed them in July following the 4th of July and decided not to change or bring forward a new ordinance. So this would be along the same process as fireworks were permitted last year in our town on the 4th of July during the evening until 9 or 10 p.m. So that's the premise. We have one approved permit selling fireworks and then the limited use of safe and sane fireworks on the 4th of July. That's the nature of the item before you. It's an item we've been bringing before you for 20 years.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not pointing at you guys. I'm pointing at you guys. Sorry. Questions, comments, concerns from the council?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
I'm all in favor of it.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, but I thought we discussed the time lot, like when they start and when they end. Is that part of,
Yes, that resolution's still in place.
what is the time for the public and me? Because I wasn't here.
I recall, I want to say 4 to 9 or 4 to 10.
So,
No,
So-
no, this is using.
This-
fireworks,
okay,
but It's
so
not related to selling.
not to selling. So selling, they don't have a time limit.
Yes, there was a time limit on sales as well. Yeah, the application, last year's application was kind of funky and we changed it. They changed it.
It says right here, the sale of fireworks city sandwich is at Windmill Market between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. Thank you.
9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
10 p.m. Commencing at noon, June 30th and ending July 4th.
June 30. I'm sorry, Scott, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, noon on June 30th, ending July 4th.
And the times 9 a.m.
To 10 p.m. That's the sales time.
Mine is all messed up now, Don, thanks. Councilmember Sabathia,
No comments.
I have one concern. The windmill closes at 9 o'clock. And we're allowing this to go, I mean, the request is to go to 10. I would not support that hour. Do we have anybody from the public to speak on this item? Come up.
Hi, I'm Gina.
Hi, Gina.
With Ansar Boosters.
Thanks for staying so late and playing with us.
Thank you for continuing. So, yeah, this is our major fundraiser for our athletic department, and that's why we're so passionate about being here this late. We want to, yeah, from what we've done, whatever we've done in the past.
Yeah, just tell us what,
Yes.
tell us what we want you to, tell us what you want us to hear.
We would appreciate it if you would allow us to sell until 10 o'clock on July 4th. From June
30th
30th
to July
to
4th,
July 4th,
from 9 to 10.
9 in the morning till 10 at night,
Thank you very much.
every day.
Didn't we have a use time though, 4th of July?
Did we have a what?
A use time. It wasn't supposed to run over.
Correct, and it ends at 10.
And it ends at 10, so if they sold it until 10 o'clock on, they wouldn't be able to use them.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
more money for us.
No,
That makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does. That's why I don't like the 10 o'clock one.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns? Public comment?
Good evening still. So I have a question because
I'm sorry.
Elias Salinas, my question is, there's only one applicant. How is that process that the boosters get it? Will the other applicants be coming through? Was it, were the public notice, with other nonprofits noticed? So that they can also apply for this as well? What is the process? Thank you.
Thank you. Short answer, nobody else has asked. Anybody else have public comment? Yes. Because that's the way we do things around here. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hello, council again.
Please state your name for
My
the
name is
record.
Helena Walton. And this is my first time hearing about or experiencing it, but we always support our kids, you know, and whatever we can do. And I used to be, I used to have a charter school for 6 years, and it's difficult for us to get money in different areas, and we're always having to look for fundraising opportunities to support the efforts where, you know, we go about our normal days to and from work, and the kids get forgotten. And this is an opportunity that I see as a good one, is their major fundraiser of the year that will allow them and afford them an opportunity to where they're gonna get the money if they don't. It's probably a large pot of money that they have access to. And I think it's a great cause, and it's in our local community, and it's supporting our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Does anybody on Zoom wish to make a public comment regarding the fireworks? Please raise your hand.
Can you please bring Donia's in? Guys, can we please hang on 1 second. If you have a comment, please fill out a speaker card. Please bring Donia's in. Hi. We're discussing fireworks right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please
Okay.
state your name.
Tammy Castañeda, Huaracha with Doña Stairs Restaurant.
Hey, Tammy.
So, we've been in this community for, oh my goodness, well over 41 years. I don't know. How old is my dad? 77 years. So over 80 years. And there are so many more in our community that have been there for much, much longer. So anything that has to do with our young people, let's support it, people. We really, really need to do things to support our young people any way that we can to make money for them, any way that we can to encourage them to continue their education, whatever it takes. Come on, people. This is not rocket science. This is simple. Let's put our best foot forward here, people. This is where San Juan Bautista gets to shine. Come on, let's put our kids first. That's it.
Thank you. Speaker cards.
Fran Fitzharrisburg 25. I just wanted to mention that with the fireworks being allowed till 10 and selling till 10, I suggest that we have some kind of statement to give people when they buy the fireworks, so they know that if you buy them at 10, you can't use them at 10, because that will be a huge customer service issue. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Any further comment from the council? Councilmember Frails?
just so I was looking, last year's resolution said, windmill market between the hours of 9 AM and 7. Can't use them past 10 o'clock on the 4th of July, so
Thank you.
that would be, I'd like to see that reflected in the new resolution if we could.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, final comment? Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I would like to lower the time, but extend it beyond what Councilman Freeman said, perhaps going 9 to 8. It's still kind of daylight, and they wouldn't be there at 9 PM when the store is closing. Definitely 10, no, but at least give them 8. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
9 AM to 9 PM sounds good to me. An hour to let them off is plenty.
I'm going with 7. Do we, can I have a motion?
I move that we accept the proposal with the hours on July 4th to be 9 to 7. Or 9 to 8.
9 to 7.
9 to 7.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Do you want to make an amendment? Or, oh, yeah, we can't. There's already a second. Sorry, my bad. A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Friels, to allow the sales of fireworks from 9 AM to 7 PM at the Windmill Market from June 30th, 2022, ending July 4th, 2022. 23. Oh, yeah. What year are we at? Sorry, I'm reading right off the other paper. May I have a roll call? Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you guys so much. We support the kids. We have gone through this over and over and over again on whether or not there's a distinction between sales and actual use. We appreciate you bringing this back to us. Sorry, we cut it off at 7.
Just July 4th.
Yeah, no. Just on the very last day. Thank you. I'm sorry. No. It will be. Yeah, you'll get the resolution from, it'll be from 9 to 7. On the last day. That was not clear.
We've already voted. Oh, okay.
The Alameda between the hours of 9 to 7, sales.
Yeah, it was the last day. Yeah,
I did not hear that part.
on the last day.
What?
Yeah, there's no way we can discuss this.
This? No, we're done. Yeah, I thank you guys so very much. I'd like to request from council that we put the discussion items for revisiting zoning until the following month. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. EJ, thank you so much. Everybody in favor? Aye, great.
Aye.
Sleep well, EJ.
I think we owe us a certain vote of thanks to Liz for doing a great job reading all those comments. Good job, Liz.